Let's call this meeting to order. Go ahead and stand and join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, welcome. Welcome, everyone, to today's Planning Commission meeting, or let's start with the roll call. Let's do that first. Roll call, Sue.
Okay. Good morning. Let's see, Mr. Johnson,
Yeah, here.
Mr. Woodward,
Here.
Mr. DiMattei,
Here.
Mr. Herzog.
Here.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Today's Planning Commission meeting is open to in-person attendance and may also be observed online through the Placer County website. In an effort to encourage the public to engage in this process, our public comment for this meeting will be offered in person and through a remote virtual process. Citizens who wish to comment virtually today should be prepared to comment via the Zoom platform. To join online, click on the link on the Planning Commission homepage. Please make sure your microphone is muted. You may also call in using our toll-free numbers to hear the meeting at 888-788-0099, or you can call 877-853-5247. And please enter the webinar ID, which is 857-6968-7031. Please press *6 to mute yourself. If you would like to make public comment virtually, please raise your hand with the hand icon at the bottom of the page. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. Please be prepared to speak at the time I open public comment for the specific item you would like to address, which may include public comment for matters not on the agenda, or a consent item, or a timed item. If attending in person today, we kindly request that once you have commented on your item, return to your seat, or you can leave the hearing room from the exit only door to allow for others to provide in-person public comment. Each commenter is entitled to 3 minutes of comment time. Thank you for your patience as we work to ensure that each citizen who wishes to comment has the opportunity to do so. At this time, we'll go ahead and move forward to the Planning Director's report. EJ.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Commission. EJ Evaldi with the Planning Services Division. So I thought this morning I would start with just a staffing update. Jane Christensen, the county's Assistant CEO, as you know, has been acting as the interim agency director since Steve Pedretti retired at the beginning of December. The county has conducted one recruitment for the new CEDAR director over the holidays, which was not successful. They did a second recruitment. I think that ended last week. So I am expecting probably interviews soon, and hopefully we'll be able to get that position filled in the next couple months. As you know, George Rosasco, who's here in the audience today, he was promoted to planning manager at the end of August last year when Planning Services Division took over code compliance. Code compliance includes code compliance itself, hazardous vegetation, and also our cannabis operations. So we just recently backfilled that George's old position, a principal planner position, by promoting Christopher Schmidt. Chris, where are you? There, right there. Chris has been with the county for over 20 years. He's going to be leading our long-range planning team. Most importantly, initiating the countywide general plan update, while also continuing to work on high-profile projects such as the Placer Commerce Center out in the Sunset area. So congratulations to Chris. Any questions about those updates? All right. Let's see, recent board meetings. On March 8th, the board took up the Chance and Dean rezone for the second time. They had originally taken a tentative action to approve an immediate rezone. So we came back to the board this week with findings for that. That was formalized, and that will be forwarded to the State Department of Forestry for them to rule on that as well. And then for the upcoming Planning Commission schedule, March 24th is our next meeting. We have 2 subdivision modifications on that agenda. One is up in Winchester in the Meadow Vista area. And then there's also a subdivision modification, Brookwood Estates out in the Dry Creek area in West Placer. Also on that agenda is Bayside Fields, CUP modification, so that will be on that agenda. And I think that's all on tap for that meeting. Then the following meeting will be April 14th, so there's like a 3-week break after that. That concludes my report.
All right. Any questions for planning director? Okay. Let's go ahead and open up public comment for any matters not on the planning commission agenda. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda? Anyone online, Sue? No. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment for that. Let's go ahead and move on to our consent agenda items. Would any commissioners like to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right, anyone in the public like to pull a consent agenda item? Anyone online?
Mr. Chamblin?
Yes, my name's Dale Chamblin, and I'm president of Vista Pines Homeowners Association, a parcel directly west of the Alpine View Estates, formerly 6731 North Lake Boulevard, Tahoe City. And we have some questions about this extension of the conditional use permit.
Okay, would you like to pull that item from consent so we can discuss it?
Yes.
Okay, we'll pull that consent agenda item, Alpine View Estates. Any others, Sue? You said there were 2 hands.
Yes. Mr. Garabedian?
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mike Garabedian for Placer County Tomorrow. I'd like to pull all of the items involving the Alpine Estates, the subdivision, the gondola, design review, and CEQA. All parts of that item, please remove them from consent. Thank you.
I think it's the same one that he mentioned, right? Okay, so we're gonna keep, I don't think he intended to say to pull all consent agenda items. Mr. Garabedian, can you clarify? You did not mention Stone Ridge and Westwood Family Cellars in your comments, so I just want to be sure that you did not want to pull that item. Is that true?
Well, what I wanted to, the last consent item, the first speaker to remove a consent item seemed to be addressing part of the 10 o'clock item, consent item, and I wanted to make sure to put all of the items in the 10 o'clock item off of consent, but not any further other issues on the consent.
I'm not sure.
So, Mr. Garabedian, what I'm hearing is there is a 10 o'clock item for the Palisades at Tahoe base-to-base gondola. That will be heard. That's on a regular calendar. On the consent calendar, we had 3 items. One was the action agenda for February 10th. That was A. B is the Alpine View Estates, which has already been pulled off consent, and the commission will hear that one. And then the last one is C, which is Stone Ridge and Westwood Family Cellars. My understanding from what you're saying so far, Mr. Garabedian, is that you would like B pulled, but you don't have an interest in pulling A and C, A being the action agenda from February 10th and C being the Stone Ridge Westwood Family Cellars item. Do I have that right?
That's correct. And I was just pointing out that there are several aspects of the 10 o'clock item that starts with Alpine View Estates.
Okay, we'll move forward with polling B, consent item, and then A and C will remain. Any other hands, Sue? Any other public here in person. Just want to make sure we give a second. All right. We're going to close public options for that, and we'll go ahead and move to the commission for the remaining consent agenda items for a motion.
Just to clarify, this is for items A and C on the consent. calendar.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda items A and C.
Second. First and a second, let's do a roll call vote.
I have a first from Mr. DiMattei, a second from Mr. Woodward. So a vote from Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward,
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei,
Yes.
and Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to consent agenda item B, presentation for the Alpine View Estates and the staff, Janie Balvin.
Yes, we have Janie Balvin online,
Okay.
who will be presenting, and then I'll ask our IT folks to jump to that PowerPoint for Alpine View Estates if they could hear me.
It's slide 115, whenever you're ready.
Give me one moment.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Janie Balvin, Associate Planner up here in the Tahoe City office. Here to present the Alpine View Estates Extension of Time, formerly known as 6731 Tahoe. In February 2012, the Planning Commission approved the tentative parcel map and conditional use permit for the 6731 Tahoe project. It's 10 duplex timeshares, so 20 units total, plus a manager's unit and 3 employee housing units. Also, a 4-lot tentative parcel map was approved. Subsequently, state legislation provided an automatic extension establishing an extended expiration date of February 2017. And in January 2017, the Planning Commission approved a 1-year extension of time for a new expiration date in February 2018. And in July 2018, the Planning Commission approved a 2-year extension of time to establish a new expiration date of February 2020. And in April 2020, the Planning Commission approved a 2-year extension of time establishing an expiration date of February 2022. Next slide, please. The project is located on the north shore of Lake Tahoe between Kings Beach and Tahoe City in Tahoe Vista. Specifically, it's located at the corner of Anderson Road and North Lake Boulevard. And it's 2 parcels there. One parcel has the 11 structures, so 10 duplex timeshare units and a manager's unit / clubhouse. And that's at 6731 North Lake Boulevard. The smaller parcel at the corner of Anderson Road and North Lake Boulevard has 3 detached employee housing units with associated parking and common area. The new owner would like to modify this project. And so the extension of time for 1 year will allow for that process to move forward. So staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the 1-year extension of time request for the Alpine View Estates tentative subdivision map and conditional use permit in reliance on the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration and modified conditions of approval as recommended by staff based on the findings contained in the staff report. and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Janie. Is Patrick Taylor available? Would he like to say anything? The applicant? Is he available? Okay. Janie, do you know if he was planning on being present?
Yes, the owner, Patrick Taylor, planned to attend, as well as the applicant, Jack Padden and Kara Teal and Levi Merlin.
Ms. Teal?
Yes, ma'am. This is Kara Teal with Feldman Teal. We represent the applicant, Alpine View Estates. Patrick is intending to join. We had believed that if this was pulled from consent, that it would be heard after the other items, since times were indicated for those to be heard. So he's probably just late in getting on. I don't know that, we have much to say at this point, but are certainly available for any questions that you may have.
Okay.
Both?
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm
Mr.
available.
Taylor?
Yes. Yes, ma'am, I'm available. I'm here.
Is that Patrick?
Yes, and then Mr. Merlin's.
Yes,
Hey,
can you hear me?
Patrick. Yeah, Patrick, is there anything you want to add to the presentation provided by staff before we open up for public comment?
We are prepared to get the project started at the beginning of the building season. The TRPA has finished their review and give their permit, taken the TRPA some time to get all of the calculations for the coverage and the heights done. So it delayed the project for several months for us to get to the point where we could get the project started at the beginning of the building season in May, and we're ready to get started.
Okay,
Question.
yeah, any questions?
Yeah, I guess one of the things that staff presented was the idea that you need a 1-year extension because you're looking at modifying the project. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so will that modification, what's it going to be, or will it be something that you have to come back to the planning commission for?
We had modified the workforce. We modified the workforce housing units to make them larger, to make them better workforce housing units, so that they could house more employees for the local community.
Okay, well, I appreciate the answer there, and then we'll check to see with the staff if that's included in this project or if that's a change. Thank you.
Yeah, so if I may add to that. So
You're welcome.
we do have a current application in to modify this project. That is subject to the planning commission approval, so that would have to go through the process again. And that additional year would allow time to get that before this commission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Any other questions?
Just one. This would be the 4th extension, is that correct? Janie?
I'm sorry, it is the 4th extension. It's the final available extension of time.
Okay, so this is the last extension. All right, thank you.
Anthony, you have any? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and open up for public comment at this time on the consent agenda item. Is there anyone from the public that would wish to speak on this? Anyone here in person? Okay, let's move to online.
Mr. Casper, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Casper? Okay.
There we go. Dale Chamberlain here.
Yes, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Just like Ron Casper, we both are residents of the parcel on the west side. The original approval was for a timeshare. However, in a conversation with Patrick Taylor, the CEO of Silver State Investors, who are the new owners of the property, their indication was that their intention is to sell each duplex to just one owner, which of course we actually prefer. Not multiple owners, as is provided in a timeshare situation. So we're just looking for clarification at this point. How is this change going to be made? Because I understand one is under the TAU purview and the other is RUU. So, and as I understand from my conversation with Janie, is that that's a TRPA issue and not a county issue, but how does this thing ultimately resolve? Can anybody clue us in?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Casper, can you hear us? Okay.
Mr. Garabedian, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mike Garabedian for Placer County tomorrow. My concerns are basically questions about procedure. First, an explanation of the number of time extensions here. The last time I knew the rules, I didn't know that they permitted extensions of this number and length. So I would appreciate understanding that. The planning director has discussed the question of another application. So it is uncertain to me about how this is proceeding at the same time as the other application is, and depending on what is decided on the other application, if this would then be in abeyance or not. And third, same thing about CEQA, the mitigated negative declaration, about the changes in the project affecting that or not. So I'm interested in these several procedural, understanding the procedural aspects of what's going on here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garabedian.
Mr. Casper is opposed to the word timeshare, is what he's noted in the chat, since his voice sound is not working properly this morning.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments?
Mr. Chamblin's asking. Speak.
Okay. Yeah, you can.
This is Pam Chamblin. And what I want to know is that the TAUs that presently TRPA is allowing this project under, are they going to be converted to residential TAUs?
No, residential units,
Residential units.
use units.
Because as you probably are aware, Martis Camp West was defeated, that development, on appeal because of the inability to evacuate in a fire emergency, of which we are having increasing fires. So the idea that this project would be a timeshare when I have to spend gridlock time 3 months of the summer, 4 stoplights, go to the grocery store, seems incredibly unconscionable, polluting, not only ruining to the quality of life of residents, but also visitors. And I'm extremely worried about the evacuation possibility if we allow another timeshare, which is 80% occupancy rate, not the same rate it would be if it was a single owner scenario. So will the TAUs be converted to residential? RRUs.
Okay, thanks, Pam. Okay, no other public comment. We'll close that. We'll close public comment. I'll invite staff first to respond, and then we'll go to the applicant if there's anything else needed. And there might be, some parts for you to interject, I think, in that. So, Janie, you wanna start us off?
Sure, thank you. In terms of the extension of time request, the recommendation for approval is based on chapter 17.58.160, which explains permit time limits. And as I stated, the 1-year extension of time would be the final allowable extension under that provision in the zoning ordinance. The CEQA, the mitigated negative declaration, hasn't been modified and is what we're relying on for the determination of environmental review for this extension of time. And the TAU and RUU question is a TRPA regulation, and the owner or applicant may be more suited to answer that, because I'm not privy to the details of whether their modification has been approved or if it's still under review, and if the TAUs are proposed to be converted to RUUs.
Okay.
Chair, if I could add just
Yeah.
a couple of things to that. The extensions of time in total, they're allowed 6 years of extensions of time. This project has already had 2 2-year extensions and 1 1-year extension, which is why they have 1 more year. And with respect to the question about timeshare, this project was approved and the use permit was issued for 10 timeshare duplexes. So, and that request, the actual project itself is not being modified. All that is in front of your commission at this point is an extension of time.
A point of clarification for me is if we have another application come through, does that reset the allowable time for extensions if a new application is approved?
Right, they would have to apply for a new use permit and a new map.
Okay. So they could have 6 more years if a new project or an adjustment's made.
Right, they would have to start over.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, let's go to the applicant. Not sure if Patrick is gonna speak on that or someone from his group. Jack, Levi, Kara. Looks like Kara is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't realize I was muted. Again, this is Kara Teal on behalf of the applicant. And as far as the timeshare use, as council has indicated, the project was approved originally as a timeshare. So at this time, we're looking to make few changes to the approval so that we can still fit within the original approval. Having said that, the owner and developer's intent is not to sell, timeshare blocks, whether 1 week, quarter shares. But as approved, it is a tourist accommodation unit that is the unit of use. And we haven't done anything to change that. We may very well in the future, once construction is complete, seek to change the unit of use from tourist accommodation to residential unit of use that fits more with the intent of the owner to sell these as whole ownership to, one individual. But the change is not before the commission at this point. As council indicated, it is just the extension of time. But I can tell you that it is not the owner's intent to sell these to multiple people. I mean, individual units to multiple owners.
Okay, thank you, Kara. I think at this point, we can move forward with bringing it to the commission. If you have any questions, we can ask that before we go to a motion, but are there any questions or clarification needed?
One question on extension of time. If a new owner takes over a project, is he granted more years or he has to stay within that project's years? So to say the 6 years, is that correct?
It's irrespective of the owner.
Okay.
The use permit itself is given the extension.
Okay, thank you.
I'm still a little bit confused on this in that we're hearing about modifications of use to residential from timeshare to increases in the size of the employee housing. And at the same time, we're talking about really just extending the project that's already been approved. And so at any rate, I guess maybe my confusion is clear, but we're just approving the project as approved. And then any of the additional things that the owner wants to look at would have to come in for another review, right?
Correct. Yeah, if I could reiterate, so, what's before the commission today is the extension of time request for the final year. Like I said, we do have an application for a modification to this project, and for the benefit of the public and the benefit of your commission, that project is, going to be required to go a normal CEQA review process, and also would be required to come back to the planning commission for, decisions on the merits of that modification or that new project. But today, you're acting on just the extension of time of the original project that was approved.
Okay, thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, yeah. We're at that stage.
Oh, sorry.
So did you have a question?
No, we closed public comment. We got his comment, so we'll go ahead and move.
I move that the planning commission approve the 1-year extension of time request for the Alpine View Estates 6731 Tahoe tentative subdivision map and conditional use permit PCPA 200900078 in reliance on the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration and modified conditions of approval as recommended by staff based on the findings contained in the staff report.
I'll second that.
First and second, let's do a roll call vote.
I have a first from Mr. Woodward, a second from Mr. DiMattei, so a vote from Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward,
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei,
Yes.
Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to our first timed item, Palisades Tahoe, formerly Squaw Valley, Alpine Meadows base-to-base gondola, conditional use permit modification. Members of the public may now raise their hands, press *9 if you are calling in to begin queuing in for public comment on this item, which will not begin until the item presentation is complete. Heather Beckman, Senior Planner, will be presenting this item.
Good morning. Thank you. As you said, my name's Heather Beckman. I'm a senior planner working out of the Tahoe City office. And today I'm presenting the conditional use permit modification and which includes an addendum to the previously certified EIS EIR for the Palisades Tahoe Alpine Meadows base-to-base gondola. The original gondola approval from 2019 was the final decision maker for that project was the Board of Supervisors, and that's because it included a general plan amendment and a rezone. Your Planning Commission was a recommending body for that original approval. So again, today, we're requesting that you be a recommending body to the Board of Supervisors for the conditional use permit modifications. The modifications are seeking to amend 2 conditions of approval and 1 resource protection measure. And a resource protection measure is the equivalent of a CEQA mitigation measure. These 3 modifications are seeking to change or remove some construction timeframe limitations that were incorporated as part of the original project approval. No other elements for the project are being proposed to be modified. So this slide is just to orient you. So the Palisades, Tahoe, and Alpine Meadows ski resorts are located in 2 adjacent valleys that are separated by a ridgeline, and the gondola would connect them. The resorts themselves are located southwest of the town of Truckee and west of Tahoe City. This figure shows you the gondola alignment itself. It does span 12 contiguous parcels. It's approximately 11,700 feet in length. It does cross both private lands and publicly owned lands that are managed by the Tahoe National Forest. And it's that public land component that required EIS EIR analysis, which was joint between Placer County and the Forest Service. In this slide, I briefly touch upon what the gondola project is itself. As you may be aware, Palisades, Tahoe, and Alpine Meadows are under the same ownership, so one ski pass affords you access to both resorts. So this gondola is essentially an aerial ski lift that connects or provides that connection between the resorts. Each of the cabins can hold up to 8 passengers, can transport up to 1,400 people per hour in each direction with a travel time of about 16 minutes. And the gondola itself would only be open in the wintertime. So now I'll get into the conditional use permit modifications. As I mentioned, 2 conditions of approval are seeking modifications, conditions number 1 and 30, and 1 resource protection measure, which is the equivalent of a CEQA mitigation measure. On the bottom half of this slide, I show an excerpt of condition number 1. Condition number 1 is quite lengthy as it is the project description, but I want to call your attention to the main component, which would be the deletion of the sentence that reads, "The project will be constructed in 1 building season." This slide shows condition of approval number 30. I would like to point out that resource protection measures or our mitigation measures were incorporated as conditions of approval. So what you see on this slide is both condition number 30 and resource protection MUL-7. The modification that is being sought here is to allow for the possibility of ground disturbance between October 15th and May 1st, or essentially the winter season. This is a standard condition of approval that's afforded to Tahoe area projects. And it's really in recognition of the fact that Tahoe has a very short building season due to the winter conditions. But it's also in recognition of the fact that winter or our weather can be variable from year to year. So for example, we have years, particularly now, where there might not be snow cover or saturated soil conditions in, say, December. So this ground disturbing exception is only if it's asked for, and it must be approved by both the Placer County Engineering and Surveying Division as well as the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. So they're both ensuring that environmental conditions would be appropriate for further ground disturbing activities. Here, I'll just touch briefly upon the project history. So as I mentioned, the original approval was from the Board of Supervisors. It was a unanimous approval of the conditional use permit and included certification of an EIS EIR, and that was July 23rd, 2019. And then in August of 2019, the Forest Service came in with their approvals as well. In April of 2021, while the applicant was going through full engineering and design for building permits, they did determine that they needed 2 variances to height on the Alpine Meadows side of the project. So on April 20th, 2021, those variances were approved, and that also included an addendum to the EIS, EIR. And then in May 2021, construction began. So I'd like to take a moment to talk about the construction status. So the premise for this use permit modification is really to extend or to allow for construction beyond the one building season. When the project first came in, the applicant conveyed that it is very typical for ski lift projects and gondola projects of this nature to be constructed within one season. And there are a few reasons for that. First is the gondola infrastructure has to be ordered at least a year in advance. So there's a large capital outlay and time buildup to the actual date of beginning construction. These types of projects also are typically located in somewhat remote areas. So helicopters are a critical component to the construction. And so reserving, securing helicopters is also a key component. So there's a lot of lead time to construction, as well as a lot of capital outlay for it. So with that in mind, the construction crews have become incredibly adept at strategizing and sequencing their construction activities in such a way to complete it within one building season. So that was the full anticipation for the gondola project for the 2021 season. In 2021, there were a number of unforeseen impacts that were outside of the applicant's control that led to construction not being completed. So first were pandemic-related impacts that included labor shortages, supply chain issues, material shortages. And then, as we all know, there was an extreme wildfire season last year. So that resulted in the helicopters being diverted from the construction projects into fighting wildfires themselves, as well as reduced number of working days due to air quality issues. So even with this, the applicant did complete a large amount of construction. All of the tree felling was completed, all of the vegetation removal, and a significant amount of grading at multiple sites was completed, as well as excavation, foundation pouring, and installation of all 33 lift towers. Despite this, the gondola is not operational today. It does need these final components of construction to become operational. So in terms of what is left, it's predominantly focused at the two base terminals, which are in highly disturbed areas or at the bases of the resorts themselves, so very developed areas. And then at the two mid-station locations. And all those are somewhat more remote. As I mentioned, all the vegetation removal, the majority of the grading has already been completed. So most of the ground disturbing activities have been completed in those areas. The specific work would be finishing foundation work, installing the terminals and mid-stations, a little bit of vertical construction, and then pulling the lift cables through the towers themselves. So the takeaway here is that the construction is somewhat minimal and very targeted in nature. Staff did process an addendum to the EIS, EIR as part of this. We did look at all of the environmental impact areas and identified, or resource areas rather, and identified 6 possible impact areas where we did a further analysis. Ultimately, staff found that there were no new significant impacts resultant of these modifications, nor was there a substantial increase in impacts that were identified in the EIS, EIR. So this slide is a little bit outdated from when I created it yesterday. There have actually been 3 public comments, 2 in opposition, 1 in support, and then the applicant also submitted a letter in response. In terms of the opposition, one of the commenters did focus on several environmental impact areas, including wilderness impacts, specifically to the endangered species, the Sierra Nevada yellow-legged frog, as well as the habitat and wildlife corridor impacts. There was also a concern about the 2 days of Five Lakes Trail closure that will be necessary to complete construction. And then finally, some concerns about possible wintertime traffic impacts due to construction were there to be a ground disturbing exception to be granted. So in response to that, I would like to point out that all of the original conditions of approval and mitigation measures, with the exception of the 3 modifications before you today, would be in place. So the same protections that were in place for the first building season would be in place for all subsequent building seasons. Specific to wildlife, there are requirements that there be pre-construction surveys, monitoring, so all of those same protections. And then just to reiterate, all of the vegetation removal and the majority of the grading has already been completed. So that is the bulk of the disturbing activities to wildlife that has already been realized. As it relates to the 5 lake trail closures, the original EIR, EIS analysis and project approval contemplated and approved a number of or allotment of days that would have trail closures to allow for the construction. So the 2 days that are necessary to complete the construction fall within that original allotment. And then finally, as it relates to possible wintertime traffic impacts, again, that would only be if that grading or ground disturbance exception were sought and granted. And it only would occur when outside of snow cover or, when soil conditions are dry. So that really puts construction in the shoulder seasons and at the low point of our winter traffic time. One of the commenters in opposition also had a concern about a private settlement, legal settlement agreement. So shortly after the gondola approval in 2019, the Granite Chief Wilderness Protection League litigated the project, and ultimately there was a legal settlement between the two parties, meaning the applicant, Palisades Tahoe or Alterra, and the Granite Chief Wilderness Protection League. And this commenter was concerned that that settlement agreement had not been adhered to. The applicant has provided a letter in response to many of these environmental concerns, as well as the settlement agreement, and have expressed that they feel that the addendum satisfies the environmental impacts and that they are diligently pursuing and conform or adhering to the settlement agreement. Then there was the final letter of support, and that was from Mr. Daniel Haggerty, who is the president of the Granite Chief Wilderness Protection League, so that party to the legal settlement agreement. Mr. Haggerty conveyed that on behalf of the league, they do support the completion of the gondola project and continued construction, and that the applicant Palisades Tahoe Alterra has been working with them and is in compliance with that settlement agreement. So with that, staff is recommending that your commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors 2 things. First, to adopt a resolution approving an addendum to the Squaw Valley Alpine Meadows Base-to-Base Gondola Environmental Impact Report and the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. And secondly, to approve a conditional use permit modification that would allow for construction beyond the first building season and also allow for the possibility for construction between October 15th and May 1st with the appropriate approvals in place. And specifically, this would be modifying conditions number 1 and 30 and resource protection measure MUL-7. So with that, my presentation is complete. I should note that the applicant is present today in this room and can answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Heather. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff?
Just a couple of quick questions, I think, really. Heather, excellent presentation, by the way. Is it true that the only reason that this 1 season provision was in the first proposal is that the applicant asked for that?
They included it as part of the project description.
Okay. And the consequence of failing to approve this extension today would be termination of this project?
The ski infrastructure that is there would still be in place, but the gondola itself would not be able to operate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, let's move to the applicant. Who's here on behalf of the, okay. Applicant. Turn your mic on, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, planning commissioners. Thank you, staff, for this excellent presentation. And there's not a lot to add there. This is an approved project. We do want to have the gondola. Our endeavor last year was to get this operational. Clearly understanding that the heavy lift was done all last year, which is implementation of the helicopters, pouring foundations for the towers. All of those facilities have been constructed and are in place. Really, as staff had indicated, the focus this year for coming up this season is to complete the base terminal structures. One at OV Base, Olympic Valley, one at Alpine Base, and then 2 mid-station terminals which have vehicular access. This is a big project. As you can imagine, COVID has really impacted our ability to have staffing, resources. We were ordering concrete literally 8 weeks before we were even ready for dates. I mean, it has been unbelievable, the challenges that have been incurred on that. That being said, there are 177 conditions of approval. We are committed to fulfilling and have fulfilled to date all of those. We will conduct any studies that are required for pre-construction. We've already have our team in place for those. Those will be implemented 30 days prior to start of construction. And again, we're looking for modification to complete this facility, which is about halfway completed as we state right now. I have my design team here who can answer any questions regarding construction, CEQA, or legal questions you may have, and we reserve our time for any public comments that may come up as well. And if you have any questions now, I can answer those or go to public comment.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. Can you just raise your hand if you are planning to speak on this item here in person? Is anyone here? Okay, no one in person, so let's move to the online population. If you are planning to speak, please raise your hand.
I don't see a name, but it's a phone number that with a 415 prefix. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Patricia Schifferly, and I received some late comments by Altera Pacific Palisades attorneys. I mean, I didn't receive them, but they were put into the record. And I wanted to clarify some of the comments that they made and reassert my objection. They threatened legal action with my objection, and in the settlement agreement that's attached to my comments, you'll see that there is a provision that we signed the settlement agreement and it's still under the court's jurisdiction because the conservation easements that were promised by Altera Squaw Pacific Palisades have not been recorded. And the item 7 in the settlement agreement allows for modifications, which included the final EIR EIS, and that provision requires that the parties agree to them. And as a party to the settlement, I think that I am objecting to these changes, not to the project as the attorneys have alleged. The changes are really open-ended and allow for not just one additional construction season, but indefinite construction seasons. And also along with that, indefinite variances to the prohibition against construction from October 15th to May 1. And while I have reviewed the addendum, I didn't feel that there was specific information regarding where the utility excavations were going to take place and the amount of ground disturbance associated with that and the amount of equipment and traffic that was associated with that, along with the other activities that are contemplated in this extension. So my objection stands, and I believe that one of the recommendations I would make to the Planning Commission is that they limit this variance and the construction season to just one additional construction season rather than leaving it indefinite. It appears that this could go on as the people testified before. They could ask for extension after extension after extension. And at least I believe that these impacts need to be further assessed and analyzed, and the data provided to the public and a new EIR contemplated if you adopt the changes as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia.
Mr. Garabedian, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Michael Garabedian, Placer County Tomorrow. We oppose the item itself before the Planning Commission at this time. The inadequacy of not addressing the fact that this could have an additional significant impact on the environment. I'll address just one of the issues here that is known to everybody in this room as far as I know, and that is the King Fire of 2014 that jumped 17 miles in one day, headed straight for Squaw Valley and this area. Now, fortunately, conditions changed and it did not get here or to the number of other places that fire could have gone. So to suggest that there was some lack of knowledge about the fire potential affecting this area or that needed in the surrounding area is a bit off. Certainly agree and support the concerns by Patricia Schifferle that were raised. Quite concerned about this. This project needs the most detailed review and consideration by the staff and yourself, and it is not a situation to excuse what is being the possibility of additional impacts that need to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, we'll close public comment. I think we can bring back Heather to address some of the questions and thoughts.
So I'll start with Ms. Schifferle's comments. First about the settlement agreement. That is a private settlement agreement between the applicant and the Granite Chief Wilderness Protection League, so the county is not involved in that. So I would like to allow the applicant, were you to entertain it, to allow them to speak to that. But my understanding is that they have been diligently pursuing the requirements of the settlement agreement, and that, again, the president of the Granite Chief Wilderness Protection League has stated that the applicant is in compliance with that agreement. As it relates to the modifications and the concerns that it could be open-ended and not just one season, it is correct. We are not just saying simply for a second season, but for subsequent seasons. And the reason being is we don't know what possible unforeseen circumstances may occur in subsequent years. So we wanted to leave that flexibility in there and not be in a similar situation a year from now. As it relates to the ground disturbing variances or exceptions, again, that's not a given. It is only if the applicant seeks it, and then it has to undergo review and approval by both Placer County Engineering and Surveying and the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. So there are sideboards around that flexibility or that extension of the grading season, and ensuring that the environmental protections are appropriate for any more construction to proceed. In regard to the concern that there wasn't specific information in the addendum about where the grading or utilities would be, cubic yards, traffic, and so forth, the applicant did work extensively with staff and identifying locations, analyzing the cubic yardage and locations that were originally analyzed and approved with the original approval and the subsequent work to occur. And so all of that does fall within the range and realm of what was previously analyzed and approved. And then moving on to Mr. Garabedian's comments specific to the fire concern and related to traffic. He did speak to the King Fire in 2014. So as part of the original EIS-EIR, traffic and circulation were one of the significant and unavoidable impacts. There was a statement of overriding considerations that your Planning Commission heard and made a recommendation on, and that the Board of Supervisors ultimately approved. So essentially determining that although there may be some traffic impacts, with the mitigations in place and the finding of overriding considerations, the project was approved. Some of the traffic concerns were queuing at a light at the Alpine Meadows and State Route 89, as well as some congestion and traffic issues exiting Olympic Valley, particularly on the Sunday peak evening hours. But again, the applicant has in place and was required to put in place some parking and traffic congestion management plans, as well as we had that statement of overriding considerations that was approved. So I think I addressed all of the comments and questions, but I'm happy to follow up if I may have missed something.
So the traffic, from what I understand, is just from construction. Not gonna increase traffic for people to go skiing.
The
right?
project
Or no?
itself, the original project approval did determine that there would be as a modest increase in traffic resultant of the gondola itself, and how traffic would be distributed between the two ski resorts. So there were mitigations put in place for that. They were still determined to be significant and unavoidable as part of that EIS/EIR, but we did have the statement of overriding considerations, which ultimately approved the project inclusive of the traffic impacts. And so today, there would be no new or different traffic impacts other than that possibility, were there to be a grading season exception, that there might be some winter construction. But again, that would be occurring in the shoulder seasons when we're at the low point of our wintertime traffic.
Because there's only car traffic available to get to the gondola at Alpine, not Squaw, is that correct? You can't get your car up to the top of AT-22.
Right,
Go get on the
exactly. It's
lift and
just-
head back to Alpine unless there's a road.
It's
I
at
don't know about.
the parking lots of the resorts is where
So this is the increased traffic that they're talking. Okay, I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Heather, I'm curious, I actually had the same concerns that I think Patricia had when she spoke. What authority are we granting when we say for construction beyond the first building season and construction between October 15th and May 1st? This could in fact allow construction to continue forever, in theory.
So when the ground disturbing exceptions are reviewed and granted, it's for discrete amounts of time. And it's only when the environmental conditions are appropriate. So no snow cover, soils are not saturated. So it's usually going to be weeks or, maybe even a month throughout that October 15th, May 1st season. So it's going to be very discrete. And our engineering and surveying division, as well as the Lahontan Water Board, do have triggers and mechanisms at which they review it. So for example, the applicant may come in and say, I would like to continue constructing for XYZ reasons in these locations for X number of days. The engineering surveying, Lahontan, will look at what they're doing, where they're doing it, look at the weather forecast and either grant it, approve it, maybe condition it. And they're constantly looking at the weather to see if that would change a grading season exception.
Okay, so this issue was not recognized when the first proposal came through with a limitation for 1 year. This is something that we discovered or concluded over the last year.
So it's a condition that is granted to, or is available to our Tahoe projects. It's a standard condition. We did not include it as part of the original gondola approval in that it was thought it was going to be able to be constructed within the one building season. We did grant the right through a condition of approval that by the October deadline, vertical construction could continue, recognizing that that might need some extra time beyond the one building season. But at the time we permitted this, we truly felt everything could occur within the one season and that this normal grading season exception would not be needed.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that we believed that we could do this in 1 year. We've now concluded that we need more time. And we've also concluded apparently that there are other things that we might want to construct in the future. And so we want to get this language that allows us to do that essentially forever. But on the original proposal, we thought we could do all of this in 1 year, right?
Correct.
So what is the consequence if we limit this to an additional year? And just say that at the end of 1 year, all of the construction should be complete. It has no impact on maintenance. It has no impact on anything like that, correct?
Correct. So were it to be limited to one more year, I mean, I would, if your commission would entertain it, I would like to have the applicant be able to respond in part. But were it to be proceed in 1 year, my understanding is that the applicant does feel that they can construct and complete all of the elements of the gondola project that have been permitted thus far and could do so within 1 year. Having said that, given that we had so many unforeseen circumstances in the 2021 year, they wanted to leave that open, that flexibility open, were there to be other unforeseen circumstances in the future.
Okay, I think I understand this, but at any rate, the recommendation that's on the screen talks about allowing construction beyond the first building season and construction between October 15th and May 1st. And item 30 on the use permit talks about no ground disturbance between October 15th and May 1st. And so at least what I'm assuming there is you're talking about maybe the construction of the structures would be okay between October 15th and May 1st with approval?
Correct. The original conditions of approval that have already been approved do allow for vertical construction after October. It's only were there to be additional ground disturbing activities, so grading, only if that were needed, this condition modification would allow the applicant to ask for that approval. So it's not inherently granted. It is not granted by your body today. It's the ability to ask for that exception that this modification is allowing.
Okay.
Does
Word
that
is a little
help?
bit confusing to me, but I think I understand what you're saying. There could be times where approval would be warranted, allowed. ground
There could be
disturbing.
times, and it would have to go through a review and approval process with engineering and surveying and the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. So this modification just simply says the applicant may ask for it, but it still has to go through a review and approval process.
And that is a variance that you're talking about there?
Yeah, I guess variances is, yeah. It's used a little loosely, meaning it does not go to our zoning administrator, but it provides that exception.
Okay, so I think I understand that now. Let me see that there was some discussion about the settlement agreement.
Mhm.
And I think that dealt with other stuff that they needed to do to
Correct.
put the site back into shape.
There were components in that settlement agreement. For example, getting conservation easements related to Sierra Nevada yellow-legged frog, contributing some funds and so forth. But again, that was a private agreement between the applicant and the Granite Chief Wilderness Protection League. So the county is not a party to that legal settlement agreement.
Okay. And so this really doesn't have any bearing. What I was thinking is there may be some things that go beyond next season
No,
that are minor
as it relates to the settlement agreement.
as it relates to this project.
I'm sorry, are you asking if there were to be, I'm sorry, could you ask your question again?
Well, the question, and I think you answered it already maybe, but question is, it's kind of open-ended in terms of
Yeah, there,
completing the project completely this season.
yeah, so there, I mean, each building permit definitely has its own expiration time frame. So when they pull a building permit to construct a specific improvement, that does now have its new expiration date. But in terms of the entitlement itself, we're saying it should be allowed to move forward. Everything that was reviewed and approved under the, analyzed and approved under the original EIS, EIR, and the project entitlements would be able to move forward in subsequent seasons were these modifications to be accepted.
So is the county is expecting that it'll be completed next year?
That my understanding from the applicant is that, yes, they do plan to complete everything with the building permits they have pulled now. So meaning the gondola itself. I know there are a couple other improvements that were reviewed and approved as part of the original entitlement. So for example, cabin storage at the Olympic Valley side of things had been part of the original review and approval, and they may or may not want to come in for a building permit for that. And so that would fall under the subsequent season.
And this would include any mitigations that are required too.
Every condition of approval and mitigation that has previously been approved would be extended to any subsequent season.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, let's bring up the applicant to respond. I think we're particularly interested in hearing about the possibility of one more season being successful for you.
Great, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. We are highly, highly motivated to complete this project. We are halfway complete. All the materials have been ordered. They're all procured. They're literally sitting in Grand Junction, Colorado, waiting to be delivered and constructed. We do have a condition that does prohibit any great earth disturbing activities between October 15th and May 1. So we aren't doing any activities currently. We are intending to get this operational next year. That is our desire. That is our business. That is our motivation. So we are highly, highly motivated, and that is our desire. We are here today because we had a condition that we were not able to fulfill. We discussed a lot of the reasons why that was applied. That was unfortunately, there were circumstances beyond our control. These terms regarding kind of grading beyond what are the standard dates between May 1 and October 15th. These are standard conditions that we discussed with the county. They're applied to every other project. They are not willy-nilly. They are at the discretion of the county as well as Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. Additionally, there was discussion regarding us adding other elements to the project. We have a project that is approved, defined, and already part of the original scope. We are not adding any new elements to that. And if they were added, they would be in a process that is similar before you today. So that kind of answers those questions. Regarding the settlement agreement, that is an agreement that is not part of the county. But just to give you some color of that, there are 3 locations that do potentially have suitable habitat for the yellow-legged frog. They are not in proximity, well, I guess geography, they're not affected by this lift, but they are in proximity regionally. One is the Barstool property, one is the Stell, and one is the Granite Chief. One of those we control, which is actually land and fee, so we can record an easement of those. Another is on, the other 2 are on leased lands, and we're working with the league to term the language for that. And Dan has alluded that we are all in compliance with that agreement. So that kind of provides some clarity there if you have any questions. Those don't tie to this project, but they are part of the settlement agreement, and we are complying with all those entities as well. I'd reserve any comments regarding CEQA that you may have to my team, but I wanted to answer the construction. We are here to finish is what our motivation is. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay, any questions?
For the October to May 1st, I'm thinking, so it's not open-ended as a lot of people are concerned about if we put a stop date at like 2025. And I would imagine you guys want to get this done before ski season starts because we want to use that gondola.
Absolutely. We are highly motivated. You know, it's just such a strange era with COVID and material supplies. We see it with gas prices going on. We don't want to be here again before you asking for a similar condition. We don't have that intent by any regard. So I'd be happy to set a sunset date if that was at the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Okay. So Colton, can we add an amendment to that number 2 to put October 15th through May 1st to 2025? I'm assuming they're not going to need it, hopefully.
I would, are we in discussion now? Or?
Let's wrap up our questions and get clarity. Can we finish our questions before we get into discussion? What would be a sunset date, you know, that you might be able to commit to?
Well, I'd like to say 2022, but given that we're here today,
Yeah,
2023 would be more than adequate. And frankly, we are shooting for this year. It is, our business is to transport people for recreation, and that's what we want to do.
okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. We'll call you back if we need you. Let's, Clayton, you
If
have
there
a-
is interest in including one of those conditions, my suggestion would be to include it in condition 1. There is a line that was proposed to be struck out of condition 1 that said the project will be constructed in one building season. My suggestion would be to include in part of that language and include in the following sentence, the project will be constructed by the end of 2023.
Where does that, where is
So
that?
that is at
stated?
the end of condition 1. Heather, would you mind putting that condition back up? I think you got a slide.
Page 39 in your packet.
That should work, I think.
So that condition, there was a line struck at the last sentence of condition of approval number 1. We would include that back in, but it would state the project will be constructed by the end of 2023, period.
And I think we would need to modify the recommendations to the board as well.
Modify the,
Wouldn't we need to modify the recommendation to the board as well?
so your recommendation
so-
to the board would be with this modified condition of approval.
In
Okay,
number
if you were so
1, not
inclined.
in number 2.
Right, in condition of approval number 1.
So that gives them the opportunity to work in October through May, up through 2023 or 2024, whatever we agree on that the
Mhm.
date.
Correct.
Okay,
Well, the limitation would require construction to be completed by end of 2023.
is that because that's he thinks it'll be done, or can we make a different date considering there could be different, I mean, it snowed up there today and it's beautiful here, so, I mean, maybe a lot of us don't take that into consideration if they have to put off another day or a week or a month because of weather conditions.
Sure, you
So
can
that-
certainly extend that out. I was just going
Okay.
off of the time frame that the applicant provided. But
Oh,
you could
okay.
make it 2025, you could make it.
Any day,
2030.
okay, cool, thank you.
Okay, let's continue our discussion and
I'd actually like to address the applicant real quickly. I want to commend you. I think you, in the middle of COVID and in the middle of a fire season, you managed to execute at least a significant portion of a project that you came in here and said you were going to try to get done in 1 year anyway. I think you set an example for developers all across Placer County who fail actually to get their projects completed and come in here routinely asking for extensions over and over and over again, citing the very issues that you dealt with, and yet you got it done. So you set an example, I think, for those people, and I congratulate you on that. So beyond that, I would offer an amendment to this, that I personally think 2023 is probably about right. But if somebody disagrees, we could certainly consider that.
I just was thinking whether, on their part, I know they want to get it done. I was just trying to make sure that this doesn't have to come back here again and
Yeah.
waste their time so they could just get the project done. I did have another ask, I guess. Somebody had mentioned fire season and all that, but you guys clear cutted a lot of trees to put the gondola in there. Does that give fire access to, if there is a fire up there? I mean, I know it's pretty steep, so unless you're on a set of skis, you're probably not going there. But, does it give some kind of fire break that people can be aware of? Having that been cleared out, 50, 60 feet of space for the gondola?
Yeah, let me address 2 items. One, my counsel is reminding me that set dates are set dates, so 2024 probably sounds better than 2023. So that would be a request I'd like to kind of make. But regarding fire, 2 things were brought up. One, we are constructing this during the summertime. This is not when our peak demand is. So for life safety and evacuation, those peak days are really in the summer or in the winter time when we're ski operations. So that's kind of a comment there. I guess there is some access that has been afforded by the construction of the gondola via kind of roads that go up to the top of KT, for example. I guess there could be a scenario where you might be able to utilize the gondola to transport staff, although there's probably some conflicts with that potentially. Clearly, our goal as a ski area and a responsible property owner in the valley, as well as over at Alpine Meadows, fire safety is heightened awareness for all of us. It's a community issue. We are actively pursuing how do we do fuel management, both on the hill and within the valley. So it's an important element for all of us.
Cool, thank you for that.
We're at discussion.
They're asking for 2024, so I just throw in another year just in case of something happening and go to 2025. And I just came up with that number just, off the top of my head, trying to give them some leadway.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think, they put their own limitation on this as one season. I think giving them a few more seasons, considering what's occurred, is reasonable. I think the public would appreciate kind of an end date.
Yeah.
And so I'm supportive of that.
Okay.
Well, I would offer an amendment then if there's a, appropriate place to do it here that would go to 2024. Are there any objections to that?
Okay, just clarifying, 2024.
The end of 2024 construction should be complete.
So December of 2024, not May of 25. Or it has to be should be a calendar day. 2024 calendar day.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's consistent with what the applicant's asking for and council.
So sounds like the sentence would be modified to state the project will be constructed by December 31st, 2024, period.
Correct.
And that's in number one recommendation.
Right, that would be in addition to the end of condition of approval number 1, the last sentence.
So, and if we approve number 2, then they also get October 15th through May 1st through 2024 to work in that time period. Correct. Okay, so I'll make sure that they get, that's what,
Right.
Because it could be a beautiful day in December and be horrible in July, so I get it.
Ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors that we adopt the resolution approving an addendum to the Squaw Valley Alpine Meadows Base-to-Base Gondola Environmental Impact Report and Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. And the amendment has to go in here, correct?
The amendment would actually go on number 2.
Oh, okay. I'm done.
Second, I'll second.
First and the second, let's do a roll call vote.
I don't know who the second was, but I heard Rich Johnson. Was
I
that
was
you,
first.
Miss?
I was first, Anthony.
DiMattei.
Me.
Anthony.
Oh, no, I have the first of Mr. DiMattei. The second then is Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Okay.
this is for item number 1. Is
Yes,
that correct? Yeah.
to adopt the resolution. So could I have a vote from Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Woodward?
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei?
Yes.
Mr. Herzog?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd also like to recommend to the Board of Supervisors, we approve the conditional use permit modification PLN 22-00021 for the Palisades Tahoe Alpine Meadows Base-to-Base Gondola to allow construction beyond the first building season and construction between October 15th and May 1st with appropriate approvals, specifically revising the following conditions of approval, number 1 and number 30, and B, resource protection measure RPM MUL 7. Also, I'd like to amend this with adding an end date of December 31st of 2024.
And item number 1.
Number 2,
No, and approval number 1.
we already approved number 1.
No.
No.
Condition of approval
condition
number
of-
1.
Oh, yes, didn't I say that? Oh, did I not say 1?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay, sorry about that. I meant it.
Yes.
And second?
Second. First and second, let's do roll call vote.
So that's a first from Mr. DiMattei, a second from Mr. Johnson. So a vote for Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Woodward?
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei?
Yes.
Mr. Herzog?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna head on to our second agenda timed item 1020.
10-minute break.
At request,
Yeah, can we take a 10-minute break, please? Do you mind?
10, let's go ahead and recess for, you need 10 minutes?
Why don't we do 5 minutes?
Let's do 5 minutes.
Well,
We'll
five
do a
is fine. Five just-
5-minute recess. I'm gonna call us back to order. Okay, we're gonna get back in session here. So thanks for your patience. We are a little behind schedule. If you're here in person, can you just help me understand? We're moving on to the Ridge item. Is anyone here in person here to speak or for the Ridge item agenda? Okay, and then I want to ask another question. Who in person is for the Tree Pro Service agenda item? And then who is for the Giarita agenda item? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to our second timed item, the Ridge Project General Plan Amendment Rezone Investing Tentative Subdivision Map. Members of the public may now raise their hands, press star 9 if you're calling in to begin queuing up for public comment on this item, which will not begin until the item presentation is complete. Chris Schmidt, Supervising Planner, will be presenting this item, and congratulations, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Chris Schmidt with the Planning Services Division presenting you the Ridge subdivision project, which is located east of the city of Roseville and north of Penryn in unincorporated Placer County. It's about 1 mile southeast from the corner of Clark Tunnel Road and Highway 193. The project site itself is 25 acres in size. It's on the top of a ridge formed adjacent to the Bickford Ranch project, Bickford Ranch Specific Plan project site. So if you're familiar with the area, Bickford Ranch is relatively flat on a plateau. There's fingers that extend northward. So this would be on 2 of those fingers. It cradles a valley called the Fell Ranch. The Fell Ranch property is raised by cattle. It is owned by the same it's under same ownership as the applicant today, South Fork LP. They own both properties. This is only for entitlements on the 25 acres to the south. So this is a little unique that it is bordered on 3 sides by the Bickford Ranch Specific Plan. Access today is via Clark Tunnel Road, which is unimproved shortly south of Highway 193. So post-development or pre-development, only access to the site will be from Bickford Ranch Road. So this project is really, it's hinged to completion of Bickford Ranch Phase 1. And Bickford Ranch itself covers 1,900 acres and almost 1,900 residential units. We'll talk about that in a minute. They've started Phase 1A of Bickford Ranch. So we're a little ways off. So the section closest to Sarah College Boulevard. Couple pictures of the project site. You can see flat level ground. This is where the homes would be on the picture on the left. Also on the right, the grass area is where the home sites are. And then you can see how steep it slopes down into the valley below. Couple more pictures. The picture on the right is looking north towards Highway 193, and the LaFell Ranch property is cradled by the ridges. So what's proposed are 34 single-family residential lots. All of the home sites are south of the Caperton Canal, which runs along the ridge. There's one open space lot in the northwest corner of the site. It'll be a stormwater management pond. It's not park space. There's a 300-foot shaded fuel break north of the residential lots, and we'll talk a bunch about that in a bit. There's 6 low density lots ranging from 1.1 acre to 2.2 acres. And 28 medium density lots ranging from 13,700 square feet to a little over 38,000 square feet. a gated entryway up of Bickford Ranch Drive, and then 3 EVAs providing access to the site, one along Bickford Ranch, the others to the north that will connect to neighborhoods in the Bickford Ranch project. So they are asking for 3 entitlements, including a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from ag timberland 10-acre minimum to medium density residential. That's for the southern portion with the small lots, and low density residential to the northern portion, which are the 6 custom home lots. Also a rezoning from farm minimum building site of 10 acres to residential single family minimum building site of 8,000 square feet, and also residential single family minimum building site of 10,000 square feet. Also approval of the vesting tentative subdivision map. So this project did go through SEQA, and we did complete an environmental impact report. The notice of publication for the EIR was done December 29th of 2020. A public comment period was from December 30th to January 28th, 2021. We did hold a public scoping meeting in January 2021 to receive comment on the scope of the proposed EIR. The draft EIR was released in October of 2021 for public comment, and your commission had a draft EIR public hearing on October 28th, 2021, and the final EIR was released on February 17th of this year. So construction of this project is really tied to the public improvements that Bickford Ranch is undertaking. So a project of just 34 lots cannot afford to extend a road from Sierra College Boulevard along with water and sewer and other infrastructure. So this project really will not start, and that's what the draft or the EIR assumed, this project will not start until phase 1 of Bickford Ranch is completed. And Bickford Ranch, phase 1 is in 3 components, A, B, and C. Phase 1A is currently under construction. So of the 1,890 Bickford Ranch home sites, phase 1 includes almost half, a little over half of those, or 1,010 units. Now the applicant may decide to start work once phase 1 is completed. They can start work immediately instead of waiting for phase 2 of Bickford Ranch, which would extend Bickford Ranch Drive further to the east. Here's the terminus of phase 1 of Bickford Ranch. This applicant can pick up from here and extend the improvements for about 400 feet. Here you can see the ridge lines from Bickford Ranch. Here's where the residential homes in Bickford Rancher will be located. Here's the project site. This is 193 up here. Sierra College is over here. This is phase 1A of Bickford Ranch. This picture's from last fall. I understand they are going gangbusters. I believe home construction could start later this year. They're very optimistic about build out of the first 3 portions of phase 1, that they are looking at potentially submitting maps for phase 2 for county approval relatively soon. So it's a little ways off. There's a big gap to fill here, but the way the home building's going, it could be 2 or 3 years out. This shows the general plan amendment from agriculture timberland, 10-acre minimum, to 2 new land designations, low density residential in the north, and medium density residential to the south. That's the split between the large lots and the smaller lots.
Christopher, what are those lot sizes going to be for the MDRs?
13,000 square foot minimum, up to about 38,000. So in comparison, the lots in Bickford are about 4,500 square feet.
Right.
So these are triple the size of the smallest lot in Bickford.
So 13,000. Okay.
So
Thank you.
outside of the specific plan area, the zoning in this area is all farm, ranging from 4.6 acre minimums to the east, to the north a little bit, 5 acre minimum, and then this parcel in areas along 193, 10 acre minimum, so all farm zoning. But as you can see, pretty high density residential on 3 sides of this. This shows the new zoning RSB 10 and also the RSB 8 on the south. So 8,000 square foot minimum. They are proposing 13,000 square foot lots. I wish Commissioner Hauge was here. The reason we went with this zoning was we didn't want to ask for any variances to setbacks. So this gave us the setbacks needed for these odd shaped lots, particularly over here, where the home sites are going to, or the buildable area is going to be relatively small and close to this private laneway. So the B10 gives us a reduced front yard setback, which is what we need here. So a little unconventional, but it gives us the development standards the developer was looking for. Extensive landscaping along the project frontage. This could either be installed by this applicant or Bickford Ranch would also be required to do that if they move forward. Not as extensive with landscaping, but this is part of the Bickford Ranch property, this corridor here.
The other sides that run along this horseshoe shaped with the easements, where is the ag easement buffer? Isn't there a 50-foot variance that has to be on this property as well? And is that included to where these green plants are and stuff like that? Or where is that in accordance to the map?
It'll be in this area here, and we'll talk about that in a bit.
Okay, thank you.
It's just an image of the gated entryway feature. So the modified shaded fuel break. So as we know, wildfire is a huge issue, especially if you're building on top of a ridge top. So this project is required to establish and maintain an off-site 300-foot wide fuel management zone easement along the northern boundary. So same property owner will be granting an easement basically to himself, but also to the future HOA. And they'll have to maintain this 300-foot buffer area for fire safety purposes. So CAL FIRE and Pendant Fire have reviewed a pretty extensive fire safety management plan and have had recommendations about how to improve safety and also how to maintain this in perpetuity. So it's been thoroughly reviewed by the fire experts. We do have one of the consultants here today that prepared that plan. I will say it's about 100 pages of fire safety guidance, and it really sets the standard because I think we're going to see this requirement in a lot of our more rural subdivisions, or particularly new homes that are built in the wildland urban interface areas. So the maintenance is going to be the responsibility of the homeowners association, and they would include routine clearing of understory brush to reduce fire hazards, but would not include removal of mature trees or substantial ground disturbing activities. So this ridge or this slope is pretty visible from 193. We don't want them to take out every tree here, but they would thin it. Maintenance would occur as frequently as necessary, but no less than once per year, according to the plan prepared for the project. So just a few of the standards that are required. They'll have to cut the grass down to 4 inches or less through either grazing or mowing, remove dead or diseased trees, remove or thin brush and large vegetation, limb tree branches up to at least 10 feet. It sets spacing standard for trees and also canopy density. Removal of additional trees would be allowed in consultation with CAL FIRE and county staff. Spark arresters required on all equipment used in this zone for any maintenance activities. Prescribed burning or herbicide use not be permitted. There are some other safety measures recommended in the fire safe plan that have become conditions of approval. Any undeveloped lots are required to have all hazardous fuels reduced to 4 inches or less. So as soon as it's approved, home building starts, we'll have to have vegetation maintenance on those vacant lots until they're developed. There'll be a 100-foot defensible space zone around developed parcels and adjacent undeveloped parcels during construction activities. HOA will have to submit for approval a wildfire evacuation plan. Fencing materials located along the side and rear yard property lines facing the valley, the WUI, wildland urban interface, will be constructed of non-combustible materials. And then the dwelling units adjacent to the modified shul break area, those are lots 15 through 25 and 29 through 34, shall be constructed and maintained in accordance with California Building Code, which regulates materials and construction methods for exterior wildfire exposure. So evacuation has been a big area of concern from the public when we took this out to the max. So the Bickford project itself has 3 emergency vehicle access points. 2 of those are the existing Clark Tunnel Road. So Clark Tunnel Road right now is mostly dirt, very steep in some areas. This area you see in red would be improved for emergency vehicle access only and gated. So no public access, but Clark Tunnel Road out to 193 and then Clark Tunnel Road down into Penryn. And then also at the southeast corner here out to Woodsdale Court, which connects to Sierra College Boulevard. This is the main road out of Bickford Ranch out to Sierra College. Here you can see the large lot residential that Bickford's constructing on the east and west side. So there'll be EVAs connecting here too. And also the EVA from this project out to the main Bickford Ranch Road. Habitat on site is a mix, mostly mixed oak woodland and also annual grassland, about 16 acres. The fuel management zone is nearly all oak woodland. There are a couple of wet areas, 0.25 acres of seasonal wetland. That's in the fuel management zone that won't be disturbed. And then a depressed seasonal wetland that will be disturbed. That's where the homes are going to be constructed. That's 0.11 acre. So of the approximately 8 acres of oak woodland on site, most will be directly impacted by the proposed project's components. There are 46 significant trees inventoried. Of the 46 trees, 7 have been recommended for removal due to poor condition, and 14 would be removed due to construction activities. Of the 46, 25 would either be avoided or minimally impacted. So we know ridgetop development is a big issue, and the staff is also concerned about that. We had some renderings done for visual simulations. One view from Highway 193 looking towards the ridgetop, then also a second view from the terminus of phase 1 of Bickford Ranch looking towards the project. So here you can see the view from Highway 193 on top is before and bottoms after. As you can see, it's not very visible. It's about 3,600 feet from 193 to where the homes will be. So we did zoom in to show that, yes, there are homes up there, but they're hard to see. And here's the terminus of phase 1 of Bickford Ranch looking towards the project site. These are Bickford Ranch homes in the foreground that are shaded out in the new homes proposed at the ridge. So even with the low visibility of the homes, the ER concluded there was a less than significant impact. We went beyond that and created development standards for these ridgetop homes. The starred lots here. So it's lots 13 through 25 and 29 to 34. So condition of approval 155 deals with specific rules regulating construction on these lots. So no pad grading for the homes, retaining walls are limited to 4 feet. Buildings should step down to follow the slope, not a concrete foundation slab. A 2-level limit facing downhill side of the lot. So you can have a 2-story home, but we don't want to see a walkout basement. So to the north, if you saw the home, you could see 3 living levels. So limited to 2 levels facing 193. Earth tone colors are required. We have lighting standards, no floodlights. Preserve as much existing vegetation as possible while also keeping in mind the wildfire risk, and landscape screening required subject to defensible space requirements. We did look at this as for a VMT impact. As you know, CEQA doesn't deal with level of service. Everything's vehicles miles traveled today. We did look to see how many daily trips were generated by the project. 322 daily, including 25 AM peak hour trips and 34 PM hour trips. And just for reference, current Sierra College Boulevard volume is about 8,600 vehicles per day and climbing probably daily with the amount of construction happening in the city of Lincoln to the east. So access to the property, we've heard a lot of comments about Sierra College being able to handle a lot more traffic. So the Bickford Ranch development has a whole bunch of improvements they have to do. So during phase one that's under construction, they will be expanding Sierra College to 4 lanes at their project entrance, plus adding a signal. Just for reference, this is 193 up here. When Bickford hits their 750th home, they have to have a signal installed at 12 Bridges Drive here to the south. When they start phase 3, they have to widen the northern section of 193 and add a signal, or widen Sierra College and add a signal at 193. And at phase 4, fill in that gap and make Sierra College 4 lanes along its project frontage. So,
Say, Chris, on this map, what does the RR stand for?
where do you see that?
It surrounds basically the project we're talking about.
I see it, but I don't see it on the map. Oh, rural residential. So those are the big custom home lots in Bickford that abut the site. I think their lots are about the same size, 1 to 4 acres. So they're going to be custom home lots. I think there's a couple down here as well.
Christopher, why is the signal at 193 and Sierra College close to last, like third instead of maybe not first or second, when right now that's probably the most congested, dangerous intersection and probably needs to be widened? And
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It probably needs it today, but that's just how the specific plan was written. I think a lot of it was, tied to the traffic generation of Bickford and not so much of when Lincoln was going to explode to the east.
can it be modified?
No. I mean, it could, but I don't think they're going to volunteer to do it. Then we would have to go back to, I think, the Board of Supervisors for a development agreement modification.
Okay.
We would have to apply to this proposal.
Yeah, this,
Yeah, I guess so.
the number of trips from this project don't trigger, a significant increase in delay at that intersection.
And additional, Chris, maybe you have another map that will show it better, but the rural residential lots that surround this project, are there going to be parallel roads accessing Bickford as well as parallel road for this one?
Yeah, when we get to the map, I'll show you how
Okay,
that
I'd
lays
like
out.
to see that. Thank you.
So in the EIR, there was one significant unavoidable impact, and that was for VMT. Even with the implementation measures suggested, we'll still exceed the threshold by 12%. So the problem here is it's such a rural area that everyone's going to be driving to get to everything. So schools, workplaces, restaurants, shopping, everyone's either going to be going into Loomis or to Lincoln in jobs, could be Roseville, Sacramento, wherever. So it's just hard to meet the VMT standards on a project located here. So even with mitigation, which is a stretch as far as implementation, we don't get to that county threshold where it would be meeting our standards. So it does exceed it. The board's going to have to make findings to allow for the significant unavoidable impact for VMT. So we are asking, or the applicant is asking for rezoning out of the farm zone. It will result in a loss of agriculturally designated land in Placer County. The valley below is grazed. This could be grazing land. The owner says the cows don't get up here, and we'll talk about that in a bit. So the site is classified as farmland of local importance. So that's not covered by the categories of prime, statewide, or unique. So it's usually your grazing land or your local important land. So almost all development activity in the PCCP area will result in the conversion of agricultural or natural land to urban, suburban, and rural residential use, which this project would do. Just over 30,000 of ag and natural and semi-natural land would be converted for urban use in rural residential development over the PCCP's 50-year time span. 2/3 of that development is going to happen in West Placer and around the city of Lincoln. However, this area, the project site is in the Foothills I-80 corridor area of the PCCP plan. And there was anticipated development in this area. 17% of all new housing units, but since it's usually large lots, 33% of PCCP land development occurs in the Foothills area. So conversion of natural lands within the project site, including impacts to oak woodland, the grasslands, and the wetlands, they will be subject to the PCCP state and federal permits and impact fees. So there is a per acre charge for the grassland, the oak woodland, and the wetland impact. And you asked about the agricultural buffering. The general, whoops. Let me go back. General Plan Policy 7B1 requires the county to identify and maintain clear boundaries between urban, suburban, and agricultural areas and require land use buffers between such uses where feasible. So where feasible, the policy continues, these buffers shall occur on the parcel for which the development permit is sought and shall favor protection of the maximum amount of farmland. So in this case, we don't have an on-site 50-foot buffer, but we have an effectual buffer, which is the canal. So with the canal and the grazing land below and the steep slope, the property owner and the applicant believe that the cows aren't going to get close to these homes. Setback from the edge of the creek or the canal to the residential lots ranges from 50 to 154 feet. Plus you have the shaded fuel break, another 300 feet here. So there's quite a distance between the ag use and the residences. It is an unusual situation. The property owner owns both sites, and this buffer area is on the adjoining property. And then you have the easement here, so no future development here. So there is going to be a significant buffer between the farm zone land in the valley and the new homes on top. And the applicant might want to talk about this later, but if this did remain farmland, it's really unusable. So to get cattle up here, you'd have to come in through Bickford Ranch, unload on their main road. We also have new homes planned down here and new homes on both sides in the Bickford Ranch community. So not the greatest farm zone land in the county.
If the applicant decides one day, yes, he owns both parcels and he's granted this easement for the ag zone on his ag property, not the developed property, there are cattle that can get up there. There are sheep and other animals that could forage up there. It's not true that cows can't go there. That's just want to let the public know that that's misinformation. So if he goes to sell this property, now these people who have, you know, the new landowners will have this easement that they can't go use for their project. Where this, in the county code, it is recommended that it goes on a development area, correct?
Yeah, and I mean, 50 feet would take a big chunk out of this parcel if it was the 50 feet on the development site here. So there is the, where feasible. So I think we've got a comparable situation, though it is technically offsite.
I mean, I agree that it's, the terrain is what it is, but it just seems like now it sets its precedence that we could do this in Placer County with other ag properties. That, hey, they did it over here, how come I can't go do it on my property? How come I can't go do it in my property in Penrith? If we allowed it to happen here. So I just think it sets bad tone or bad stage for the future if we allow that to happen.
And the Ag Commission had similar concerns. Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
So with the general plan amendment and the rezone, the project is required to build 4 affordable housing units. So it's 3.3 rounded up, 10% affordable. Since it's a small project under 100 units, they can pay an in lieu fee. And that's currently $2.12 per square foot of each residential unit. So we did take this to two MACs. This presented the rural Lincoln MAC, even though it's not in the rural Lincoln boundaries. But rural Lincoln MAC is on the north side of 193. We went there May of 2021. We had a bunch of concerns, including what were the plans for parks and recreational facilities. I forgot to point out that there are no on-site parks proposed here. It's usually projects under 50 lots. You don't have to build on site. This project would have to join the Bickford Ranch Facility Services District. It'll help pay for Bickford Ranch parks and some of their landscape maintenance. Other concerns were grading and ridgeline development, what type of environmental review the project was undergoing, concerns about the land use change out of farm and how it would be consistent with the general plan. No recommendation at that meeting. Oops. We did go to the Agricultural Commission last month, February 14th. Issues and concerns were the timing of Sierra College improvements we talked about, emergency vehicle access plans, affordable housing requirements, concerns about the loss of farmland, questions about the PCCP and mitigation fees, and then the adequacy of the buffer to the ranch land to the north. As we touched on, the Agricultural Commission recommended denial of the project on a 7-1 vote with 1 member absent. And then we went to the Horseshoe Bar Penryn MAC twice as information item, March 23rd of 2021, and also November 16th of 2021. Other issues and concerns included future plans for Clark Tunnel Road, timing of construction of the project, plans for sewer and water, park and trail plans, the density being proposed, impacts to groundwater, what measures were being done to protect the ridgeline, consistency with the general plan, and then project review schedule. We went back to the MAC late last month, February 22nd. Similar issues again, adequacy of the EVAs within the Bickford project, lot size consistency with Bickford Ranch, future development plans for the Valley, LaFell Ranch property, who enforces the development standards that are proposed, fuel break monitoring responsibility, and then the construction of timing. Ultimately, the MAC did recommend the Planning Commission and the board approve the project as proposed, 3-2 with 1 abstention and 1 absence. And with that, staff does recommend that you take action to recommend the following to the Board of Supervisors, subject to the 160 conditions of approval in the staff report packet, which is attachment F, and based on the findings in the staff report. So certify the Ridge Final Environmental Impact Report prepared pursuant to CEQA and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program supported by and incorporating by reference in its entirety the findings of fact included as attachment H of the staff report packet. Also adopt a resolution to amend the Placer County General Plan land use diagram as shown in attachment D of the staff report packet. Third, adopt an ordinance to rezone the Ridge project site from farm minimum building site of 10-acre minimum to residential single family 8,000 square foot minimum, and also residential single family 10,000 square foot minimum as shown in attachment E of the staff report, and also approve the Ridge subdivision vesting tentative subdivision map. And this morning, I was made aware of 1 condition of approval that we would like to strike, and that's condition of approval 37, which deals with grading on the ridgetop lots. We have a similar measure in condition of 155, so 37 is redundant and isn't aligned with condition 155. 155 is the condition that staff wants to keep and the applicant agrees with. So condition 37 would be stricken. And Commissioner Johnson, you had the question about the roads along the project edges. So here's the main road and the project site. There's these private laneways, we're calling them. It serves 3 lots that run along the eastern border and also the western border. This is horrible planning, and I agree. The Ridge project has a similar road parallel to this road on this side and also on this side. We couldn't convince Bickford Ranch to widen this to serve this project's lots. They did not want to open their specific plan for a modification for that. So we do have the unfortunate situation of two private laneways parallel to each other. We'll connect up here for EVA and we'll connect over here for an EVA.
What'll be the width of those laneways?
I believe they're 22 feet.
22 feet, and they'll be paved?
Paved, correct.
Okay. So they'll meet the fire standards.
Fire is okay with it. There is a couple bump outs in case someone needs to pull over for passing, but they're wide enough that the residents wouldn't have to pull over because someone else is coming.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Before we do that, I just want to let people know that thank you for your patience. Thanks for being here. We want to get to your comments. We're probably going to take a 20-minute break after this agenda item. So just put that in your plans. Just want to let you guys know as a courtesy, we're going to do that. We want to have our best situation, so we'll plan for that. Okay, questions for staff?
Yeah, sorry. Again, for the project, you know, I'm concerned about the ag setback, and it being on the improved site and not on the ag site. And also, people access, well, there's a water box on that canal for farmers and other residents who live on 193. And it seems like I went up there today to look at it because I have people come on my property to clean out their water boxes and it's locked. And is there going to be availability to these people who need to go clean out their water boxes in the future? Or is it going to continue to be locked at Clark Tunnel and they're going to have to go by appointment only? And also Clark Tunnel Road is being an egress for people to get out of there on both sides to Penryn Road. Is it going to be widened? Because right now it seems like it's only about 15 feet wide.
Yeah.
And not wide enough for a fire truck or maybe a Prius to get by.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bumpy drive on Clark Tunnel Road today. So they will have to improve it. I believe, I don't know what the ultimate improvement is. I'm guessing someone's here from engineering. They can maybe answer it better than I, but it'll either be paved or compacted stone. My guess it's paved just because of the amount of homes up here. And it'll be widened and some of those areas are steep, so it'll be leveled. And fire department has looked at the EVA plans. I know it was concerned at the MAC and also the Ag Commission about whether the emergency vehicle access being proposed is adequate. But the fire department's happy is what has been approved.
If there's a worst case scenario and a fire breaks out and this is fully packed full of people, who's going to unlock those gates for them to get out? You know, they're going to want to get out before the fire department gets there.
Yeah, they're Knox box. So I think if you hit them pretty hard, they pop open.
So they're going to be electric gates,
No, they're manual.
manual knock boxes. Okay.
As far as access to the canal, I don't know what type of access neighbors have to the canal in this property now, but I don't think this is going to change anything. PCWA has reviewed the project. They're happy with the access to the canal through the open space lot that this project will provide.
Right now, I was told that they have to have an appointment to get up to go clean out their box. They will not grant them access or give them a key to get up there. And we have a severe algae problem that happens in the summertime. So there's growers down there like myself who have to be up there maybe twice a day, 3 times a day to go clean out the algae on their properties. But it seems like this has now become a nuisance for them to not be able to access this for their businesses.
Yeah, I mean, Clark Tunnel Road, if I understand correctly, is an unimproved county road. It is gated. I don't know who maintains that gate. I know when I visited the project site, it was gated and we had to have the ranch hand let us up onto Clark Tunnel Road. But I think Clark Tunnel Road up to 193 is actually on the Bickford Ranch property and not on the Phil Ranch.
Okay.
So it is off-site. But the property owners here, he can probably speak to how people get up here to access those boxes.
And also on the 193 in Sierra College, doesn't the county recognize that as a failing intersection as of right now? And it needs to be improved. And again, why is it being put off to be done last or second to last?
I think someone from engineering can answer that.
Okay.
It probably, I drive that stretch daily come to Auburn. It's really bad in the PM. I mean,
I
you can
agree
see
100%.
20 cars backed up trying to get to 193 on Sierra College. So it's bad now. I think the only glimmer of hope I can say is as long as they keep building homes, it's going to get signalized. But it's coming soon.
Is there somebody from engineering here today?
Yes. Bill Francis here from engineering.
Good afternoon. Phil Franz with Engineering and Surveying. And we also have Phil Vashon on the line from Public Works if maybe I say anything wrong or you have any more detailed questions. But we did look at, had a traffic study done for level of service. And we checked existing plus project impacts at that intersection. And the existing level of service at the intersection today is level of service D. And with the project, it remains at level of service D. And the
Can you
increase.
Can you explain level service D to me? Because
Not sure I'm not sure I can explain level of service D. We have from A through F. C is kind of what is generally known as kind of, I guess, average. So as you go to D, it just gets worse. The delay gets worse.
Gotcha.
The longer you have to wait to make turning movements or to get through the signal.
So if D is pretty bad, then it's considered a failed lane intersection.
So there are various levels of service that could be acceptable. Sometimes we accept level of service F. When you have an intersection that is failing, we have to look at how much additional delay a particular project adds to that, even if it's failing. And if it adds more than, I believe it's 2.5 seconds of delay, then we would consider that, I'll use the word significant, and they might have to do something to improve that. If a project is small enough and doesn't generate enough traffic to exceed that 2.5 seconds, then we consider that a less than significant impact. And I'm using some terms there that these impacts now are not environmental, they're more policy.
Right.
But I'm kind of using some of those environmental terms.
Yeah, no, my concern is the general public who has to travel through there, and it's becoming more unsafe all the time with the increased flow of traffic coming from Lincoln to come into Roseville and using Sierra College as their gateway instead of going down 65. So with this added project, and then I see that it was presented that it's not going to be done until a few years from now, according to this map, it just seems like we're just putting a Band-Aid on a problem that really needs to be executed now.
Yeah.
Before this, I mean, it's always built afterwards, right? No matter what, but why can't we get that done sooner for the safety of the people who live here now?
So just, I mean, regarding this particular project, it didn't generate the necessary degradation of level of service for us to warrant requiring this project to do anything.
Right.
Bickford, obviously, many more homes, much more traffic, at some point did kind of trigger that need to do an improvement. And that's why it shows up, I think it was phase 3.
Phase 3, correct.
Of theirs. And I don't have that analysis in front of me to tell you why it wasn't with phase 1 or 2.
I mean, I know it has nothing to do with this, but it came up. So now I'm just thinking and getting, remember what people have come to me with feedback in the general public. So that's why I'm asking it now. So thank you.
Okay, all right, thanks.
If I could add, this is Phil Vashon from Public Works too. We did do a short-term plus project scenario where we identified that the ridge, when it comes in, that certain improvements for Bickford Ranch would be done. And from a short-term plus project scenario, we do identify that State Route 193 and Sierra College Boulevard does go to level of service F. But with this project, it does not add any delay to that level of service F. That is at an all-way stop scenario. So add that to this mix of comments.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Is Ken Topper available? The applicant would like to speak.
I'm not Ken Topper. I'm Bob Shattuck with Shattuck Community Planning. I'm the project manager for the project. Ken is here, as is, who's our planner, as is Greg Bardini, who's our engineer, as is Sabrina Teller, who's our attorney, and Ron Phillips, who's our fire safety consultant. I don't think I'll end up just talk from here. First, I just wanted to thank the staff for the presentation and more importantly for their hard work on this project over the past several years. In a nutshell, this is a fairly uniquely situated 25-acre piece of property. It is separated from the ranch below, not only by the steep slope, but also by the Caperton Canal. It is surrounded on three sides by planned development, significant planned development. And the only current access to the property is through Clark Tunnel Road. Clark Tunnel Road will be converted to an EVA, as been described. It's going to be relocated as well as improved. And at that point, the only access to this property will be, as Chris pointed out, by going around the horn and up to Bickford Ranch Road and driving through the residential neighborhoods to get to this property. Once Bickford Ranch is put into place, we will have the opportunity for plug and play access to water and sewer services. The project's been designed carefully with a lot of staff input to mimic the surrounding Bickford Ranch development. We meet or exceed all of the Bickford Ranch development standards, with some additional development standards that have been added for additional fire protection and additional protection of the ridge line. At the end of the day, we add 34 homes to the 1,890 currently planned in this area. When you look at things like traffic, it's been described, this doesn't move the needle on any of those kinds of things. We have been at this now for a little more than 4 years. I only bring that up to say that this has not been a light process because it's only 34 home sites. This is something staff took very seriously. There's been a lot of review. We had probably 4 rounds, I think it was 4 rounds of internal staff review where they were making sure that all of the potential impacts were addressed, concerns were addressed, that compatibility issues were addressed. We went through a public environmental review process. We have 170 or so, 160, I think, conditions. And it's been a very thorough process to get here is the point. And we really appreciate all the work that the staff has done. We appreciate your consideration of the project. And we do think this is an appropriate use of this kind of uniquely situated property. So we appreciate your consideration, and I'd like the opportunity, if I can, for myself and our team to address any questions, further questions that the commission or the public may have.
Certainly, Ben.
No question.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, yeah, I think we'll be interested to hear what the public has, and I don't know, is there a backup plan in case Bickford Ranch really doesn't, come through enough for you to do your project?
It's a good question, and I can address it kind of 2 ways. One, I have quite a bit of background in doing big projects like Bickford. And the one thing I can tell you is that once you break ground, you're very motivated to build out the project because you have to get the return on investment for that huge upfront infrastructure investment. That's why those projects take a while to get off the ground. When they go, it can go really quickly, depending on circumstances, depending on how many builders get involved, how many developers get involved, what the market looks like, that kind of stuff can happen pretty quickly. The other thing is the entitlement process doesn't happen quickly. As I mentioned, we've been at this for over 4 years. And so if you wait until to try to do just-in-time entitlements, you miss the opportunity. So that's why we've moved forward at this time and think the timing's probably appropriate.
Cross your fingers, right?
It's a gamble. I meant to address one other issue that was raised, a question regarding the agricultural buffer. I wanted to just clarify that a significant portion of the buffer that was identified is on the development side. There's the majority of the lots that abut the agricultural property have 50 or more feet on the development side. But when well, it's true that cattle sometimes can get up the slope. They don't get over that canal. And so the canal serves as a physical barrier, and that's why we drew the line there. Plus that whole area, and that ranges from a little over 50 feet to the center line. So it's more than that to the other side of the canal, which is the effective barrier, to about 154 feet. But on the vast majority, 70% plus of our lots that abut that, we have more than a 50-foot buffer on the development side of the line. So I just wanted to clarify that issue.
So the 50-foot buffer is along the fence lines or the property lines of that development? Because it doesn't show it here on the map, so that's why I've been asking that question.
Yeah, and I don't know, Chris, you got it up to thanks. Look at that. Yeah, so you can see there's the 30% slope line is no touch 'em for the project. So that portion, and so you can see how it crosses the property lines.
The
up
green
there.
shaded area you're talking about, correct?
Yeah, the green shaded area.
Okay.
But you can also see how the Caperton Canal is really a physical barrier. And we've just checked that out with the ranchers. The cattle don't get over that.
No, I know I have one, so I'm agreeing with, I know they don't go there. It is
Okay,
it is an
but I
effort.
will say, there will be occasional, I think the buffer is really intended for active commercial agricultural operations. There will be occasional grading on the development side of the Caperton Canal, because we'll have to bring goats or something up there too for the modified shaded fuel break.
Right.
To knock down we're going to do that through grazing rather than mechanical equipment and stuff. It's just
makes sense.
Just better to do it that way.
Okay.
Okay, so if there are further questions from the
One more
commission or-
question. If there's no access to get across that canal, how are you gonna get animals in that green zone
Yeah, we're gonna get them.
through people's backyard?
Yeah, we worked with staff and we had to identify how we could create easements and access. We'll have to drive them, around the horn and up through the neighborhood and drop them off. We have access points to get them into that area and that zone. And so that's how we'll be handling that. And it will work for fire protection, grazing, but it's just not a viable commercial operation. You can't be doing that as a regular basis.
No, not in the green section. No, I agree. But the rest of it could be if it was sold off to somebody who wanted to use it for grazeland.
The area on the other side?
Correct.
Yeah, and we aren't proposing any physical barriers there. The reality of it is, according to the rancher, that the cattle rarely get up there. It just is very rugged.
Yeah, it's just that breed it is. So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
All right.
Do we have any other questions from commissioners? Okay, let's go ahead and open up to public comment. So if you are interested in speaking on this item, yeah, come on up to the mic and then state your name and We'll get you 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Jack Sanchez, Save Auburn Ravine Salmon and Steelhead, Ophir resident. And I have concerns about the Caperton Canal. I have questions about the Caperton Canal because I'm not familiar with it. And the Auburn Ravine is very close to that area. And can anybody answer where the water comes from that goes into the Caperton Canal, where it goes, and what waterway does it ultimately drain into? I was told it doesn't drain into the Auburn Ravine, but it goes through 12 bridges. But there are all kinds of tributaries that go into Auburn Ravine, such as Orchard tributary, Orchard Ravine, many others. Can anybody answer that for me?
Is that your only question?
That's my only question.
We'll find out.
Thank you.
Any other people in the public that wish to speak on this item? Okay, come on up.
Good afternoon, or morning, afternoon. My concern regards the infrastructure and, excuse me, Laura McCaslin. I'm concerned with the infrastructure, specifically water and electricity. I know we're on PCWA and we're often, or we get messages about, asking if we can reduce water usage. And also with electricity, we're on PG&E. And we have been for several years experiencing brownouts. And so my concern is, since we already have a history with the problem with electricity, how will that impact everybody in the region? I mean, many of us depend solely on PG&E. We don't have other options. Excuse me, I'm nervous. So my first time here.
Yeah.
And that's about it. It's mostly infrastructure questions.
Okay, thanks, Lauren.
Okay.
Any other? What about online?
Mr. Ferguson, please state, oh, I've stated your name. How about if you unmute your mic and you'll have 3 minutes?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, my name is John Ferguson and I live on State Highway 193. My comment is I'd just like to oppose the construction, rezoning for this project. People have moved to Newcastle and these foothill regions to get away from big cities. We love our nature. We'd love to see the wild turkeys coming through our yards, among other animals. I'm concerned after going to Lake Folsom this last year, and it looked like a dry riverbed, that our water supply doesn't support additional homes. We've already built hundreds of new homes on the east side of Lincoln, which is going to continue to increase our traffic. My neighbor used to say that they would see 40 cars a day, and now it's about 40 every 1 to 2 minutes. We live in this area because we don't want to live in the crowded city and become another Los Angeles. The more and more we continue to destroy our open spaces, it takes away from our country appeal. So I'd like to keep this area the gem of the foothills. So I'm asking that we do not approve this construction in this area.
Okay, thanks, John.
Mr. Garabedian, please unmute your mic. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good day, Mike Garabedian, Placer County Tomorrow. Well, one of the most striking things about this entire development is that it is an ignition source for fires to run up the hill to the development on top of the hill. There's nothing you can say about talking to CAL FIRE or having a buffer zone that can change that. It's simply the wrong location, given what we know after last year, where even houses surrounded by grassland are consumed by fires in Placer County. Something has to be done, and you need to recognize that fire hazard and begin to address it. I know it's tough to deal with that because the county, the supervisors are not managing the governance to deal with the major issues of this and other development throughout the county. Most notably, talking about CEQA, as you demonstrate, you are well aware, it's a disclosure law, And the staff has given you what they, I'm sure, feel are the legal necessities to defend the disclosure. That doesn't mean that your job is over when, because of the disclosures on this and other projects, show that there are tremendous problems with it. One of the problems with this project for you today is, I'm sure you are aware, is that staff, if you wanted to deny it or do something else, let's just say if you want to deny it, they have not given you the findings that you would need to be able to say, we oppose this. And as you can imagine, they would probably have to go back and work on that if you did want to oppose it. So Placer County tomorrow opposes it. There just are too many of these bad planning projects. And it's hard to know where to start. The county is basically not doing its job of controlling governance. It's not managing the development. It's saying yes to everything everywhere. You have identified some of the transportation access problems, which is very common throughout the entire county. Approve it now, approve it now, approve it now, and we'll take care of the piling up needs for infrastructure to serve it later, while meanwhile, the transportation and road become impassable. This is just another project like the ones the voters voted to deny the Placer Parkway and so forth in 2016 when they declined to increase the transportation sales tax increase to pay the county's share of these projects. And just this week, another part of the county, that Supervisor District 1 has all this development going on that is not being managed. So, there are so many issues that you really need to apply yourselves to and to do your job. You clearly understand what your job is, and you have a tremendous, tremendous burden and job to figure out how to get this project before you again so it takes care of even half of the major issues. And I can just say, good luck. There are so many issues that need the public's attention that they can't possibly keep up with it.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Garabedian. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this opportunity, of course.
Okay, we're going to close public comment, and I'd like to invite Chris up to address some of the questions and concerns that were brought up.
So the issue of Caperton Canal, it is a PCWA canal, and the water does come off of Auburn Ravine far to the east near Auburn and winds its way down to the city of Lincoln in the 12 Bridges area. We believe it ultimately serves some large lots in the Clover Valley area of Rockland. So this is for large lot agricultural water. It's not drinking water. It comes down the Caperton Canal. The wildfire risk we've addressed in the presentation. The fire safety expert is here. We'll note that the fire departments are satisfied with the wildfire safety plan. We've gone to extreme measures to reduce risk as much as possible with the shaded fuel break and construction techniques, and also standards for landscaping on the new lots. Delayed transportation improvements, that unfortunately is how things work. We collect money for improvements identified in a capital improvement plan. The homes come first, the money builds up, and then the infrastructure gets put in, unless you have a large project that triggers, as Phil had mentioned, a delay either at an intersection or a bunch of new cars along a segment. A developer will have to either expand a road or do intersection improvements. That could be a signal or turn lanes. General comments about managing growth. We do our best. This is a change to the general plan, so it wasn't completely anticipated since it's a farm zoning. I will note the PCCP does anticipate over 30,000 square feet of conversion of ag land to development, rural residential, and also suburban development. So it's not completely unanticipated. the future of this area is pretty much determined when Bickford Ranch got approved. So this is a remnant piece that borders Bickford Ranch, 25 acres. It is far from 193. We don't think it is growth inducing by any means. It's being tied to existing infrastructure that's getting put in by Bickford Ranch. So we're not extending services that someone else is going to be tapping into for the next property. So it's not growth inducing in that way. And I think that's what we covered.
Did you address PG and E or electricity? It's the one that,
Yeah, I mean, water supply, PCWA is forecasted, 40 years of demand, what that growth looks like. And they do have, they're confident in their water supply. PCWA is in better shape than some other water agencies that they've got significant infrastructure and water rights. So they've told us it can accommodate Placer County growth for 30, 40 years. It is first come, first served. Electric, it's all the utilities will be coming through Bickford Ranch, it'll be PG&E in this area.
okay. I want to invite, the applicant up if they'd like to add anything to what was brought up. You don't need to, but I just want to give you an opportunity.
I appreciate the opportunity. I think Chris answered all the questions.
Okay, great. Commissioners,
I have a question about the canal. As you put more and more people, giving them access to these canals in their backyard, is there going to be a way to keep them from interfering with that canal? Fence, not that I don't want to put fences up because it's a nuisance as well to maintain, but what if people decide, hey, I want to go block this water because my kids are having fun in it? What is, and now we put more people in rural communities that are going to affect growers down the road. What is there to do to help prevent that in your thoughts?
We don't have specific measures, although there will be fencing along these lots. There'll be view fencing along the lot lines. So there will be a physical barrier to get the canal. No public access to the open space. This will be fenced as well. I mean, if people want to go down there to get to the canal, they can get there if they want to. But
Right.
this wouldn't only be an issue here, but also, this canal follows the edge of Bickford Ranch over to the east side of Sierra College, or west side of Sierra College Boulevard.
Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you. I think we'll move it to discussion. Not seeing any other clarification needed. Commissioners, we can have discussion or entertain a motion.
I will mention that the Clark Tunnel roads are really set up by the Bickford Ranch proposal, which has already been approved. And so they're pretty well locked in as far as what they are. But at any rate, I guess sometime in the future, in the residents, as this area develops, we'll have another chance to look at those roads and see what kind of access they may need there. So that's kind of a future consideration. But a lot of the stuff that they're dealing with is really locked in with the Bickford Ranch proposal.
To the developer, you had mentioned that the road would be redone or rerouted. Were you mentioning Clark Tunnel Road? And if so, how and where?
Yes, you put that, you think you could find that slide? I don't remember which
I
one.
think it was like page 50, page 26. Or any of the maps actually that show Clark Tunnel.
Right. So I'm not expert on this. It's not a project thing, but I can explain it a little bit. The Clark Tunnel Road right now squiggles up the hill and goes right adjacent to the property. Provides actually direct access to this property right now. That's obviously not passable for fire trucks and people evacuating and all those kinds of things. So as part of the Bickford Ranch development, the Clark Tunnel Road will be relocated. You can see how it's moved further to the, what is that? To the east. East, yeah, further to the east. And it will be improved to be able to meet fire standards for fire trucks. I think it's 75,000 pounds, something like that. So it'll be very substantial improvement. They'll have to make sure that the slopes are appropriate. That's all been, I think, worked out through with the fire departments through the Bickford Ranch approvals. But the roadway is going to move and it's going to be improved, and then it will be gated so that it's emergency vehicle access only, as Chris mentioned, with knock blocks, I think, so that in an emergency, you just hit them hard enough and they open.
Well,
But-
most people living from the city to out here are not gonna know what a Knox box is, and so I'd have to educate some people before they get
Well,
stuck.
and actually, there's programs to do that too. Part of our fire safe plan has a lot of homeowner education, and the homeowners association will be responsible for that as well as part of our 160 conditions. So,
Okay, thank you.
all right.
Be ready to make a recommendation once we got it here. So what we would do is recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they certify the Ridge Final Environmental Impact Report prepared pursuant with the California Environmental Quality Act and adopt the Mitigation Monitoring Report Program supported by and incorporated by reference in its entirety. The findings of fact included in Amendment H of the staff report packet.
Second.
First
That's
and a
what we're doing.
second. Well, yes. Take a roll call vote.
I have a first from Mr. Johnson, a second from Mr. Woodward. A vote from Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward,
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei,
Yes.
Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's see, we further recommend the adoption of the resolution to amend the Placer County General Plan, land use plan diagram as shown as attachment D on the staff report packet.
Second.
First and second, roll call.
First from Mr. Johnson, a second from Mr. Woodward. A vote from Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward.
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei,
Yes.
Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, further recommended the supervisors that they adopt an ordinance to rezone the Ridge Project site, APN 031-106, 030-000 from FBX 10 acres minimum to FRSB 8 and RSB 10 as shown in attachment E of the staff report packet.
Second.
First and second, roll call.
First from Mr. Johnson, a second from Mr. Woodward. A vote from Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward,
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei,
No.
and Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could, before you make the motion on the map, staff has recommended that condition of approval number 37 be stricken. It's part of the map conditions. So that would be part of the recommendation that the map would be approved with that condition of approval modified.
And that was, what was that again?
37.
For item number 4, the approval of the map, staff's recommended that condition of approval number 37 be removed. So we would suggest that the motion be to approve the map with that modified condition.
Okay. So further, we recommend the supervisors, they approve the Ridge subdivision vested tentative subdivision map, considering the modification regarding condition 37.
Second.
First and second, let's do a roll call vote.
First from Mr. Johnson, a second from Mr. Woodward. So vote for Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward,
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei,
No.
Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a 20-minute break. You can see we're very thorough. We want to give that attention to everyone as we get to the agenda items. So please come back in 20 minutes and we'll address the next item. Tree Pro Tree Service Temporary Conditional Use Permit, extension of time. Members of the public may now raise their hand, press star 9 if you're calling in to begin queuing in for public comment on this item, which will not begin until the item presentation is complete. Adam Anderson, Associate Planner, will be presenting on this item. What is it? What is it, Adam?
Assistant.
Assistant.
Good morning, Chairman Herzog and fellow planning commissioners. My name is Adam Anderson. I'm representing the planning division and I will be presenting the staff report for the extension of the Tree Pro Tree Service conditional use permit to you this morning. Oh, afternoon. Sorry. So this is the vicinity map for the location. It is in the Ophir area. It is part of the Ophir General Plan. You'll see that it is 1 mile north from Interstate 80, and it is wedged between, you have Lozanos Road, and then you have Chili Hill, and then you also have Bald Hill on the other side. This is a community plan and a zoning map overlay. You'll see that the orange line is the property boundary. That has shifted per a minor boundary line adjustment that occurred in 2019. The assessor's office just hasn't updated the lines on this. You'll also see the green line there. That green line is a zoning boundary line. To the north of that green line, it is zoned residential agricultural with a combining B100 minimum lot size, so 2.3. And to the south, and in that square kind of around Chili Hill Road, Sunset Lane, that's all zoned C2 or general commercial with a minimum building site of 1 acre or 43,000 square feet. The reason why I want you to look at this as well is because this is an overlay over an aerial image. This is a conglomeration of a lot of different information coming together from the assessors and from our GIS department. It is not accurate when it comes to property lines and when it comes to zoning lines. And we're going to discuss that a little bit later too. You can see the blue lines are the roadways surrounding the site. This was the site plan that we were looking at when this initially came through. Access is provided from Lozanos Road through the well drilling company that's located to the south. The site includes an employee parking area, storage for equipment related to the business, a wood chip storage area, and a storage container. The applicant had recently placed a fence along Lozanos Road to the west to screen the site, which has been removed to conform with a request from ESD, which was to have no fencing in their right-of-way. Screening was not a requirement as part of the planning division review. You can also see the nearest residences to the site, including the one across from Lozanos at 90 feet and 90 feet. And then the nearest one is just to the north, which is about 40 feet from the property line. You can also see that the new proposed boundary line is there, which was accepted and recorded on 7/8 of 2021, which is the red line right there. So what we're here today to do is the project is requesting approval of an extension of time to the approved temporary conditional use permit. No changes or expansions to the previously approved site or operations are being proposed at this time. The storage yard was for the equipment related to the service. There is parking for 6 to 8 employees. The operational hours were from 7 to 4, Monday through Friday. And this was also for stockpile of raw wood debris. Background on the site. The site has been utilized as a storage yard for Tree Pro Tree Services since 2010. Looking through aerial imaging, you can see that the site has been disturbed since about 2005, being used for storage for American Well Drilling, which is the business located to the south. The area is split zoned with the commercial and residential zoning. Under the Ophir General Plan, it designates the intersection of Lozanos and Chili Hill Road as commercial area intended to serve the needs of the Ophir property owners. The use of the site as a storage yard is not an allowed use within the RA zone, which is why we came through for this temporary conditional use permit. It can be allowed in that zone with the approval of that temporary conditional use permit. The CUP was issued for this location to bring it in compliance, and that was 6 months ago. We granted it for 6 months, and this is for that 6-month allowed extension. The original notice of violation was, is that on there? Yeah. There was, what started this whole project was a notice of violation that was being issued from a concerned neighbor who had some concerns about noise, dust, them operating in a residential area. And that was all resolved with this temporary conditional use permit that came through your hearing body and was heard on August 12th. Since that date, we have been working with the applicant to complete a application for the site. That application was submitted January 21st, 2022. And prior to that, we had a pre-development meeting with the applicant on December 14th of 2021. That pre-development meeting was to discuss what would be required for them to permanently do improvements to the site and reside on that site. That's where we discussed that a rezone, if they wanted to utilize the entire location, and a minor use permit would be required to allow them to operate in the commercial zone. So today, what we're here to do, the use permits extensions are established under County Code, Chapter 17, subsection 58-160, with specific grounds for consideration today. The first ground for consideration is that no change or conditions or circumstances have occurred that would have been grounds for denying the original application. In my review of the site, there have been no changes that would have been grounds for denial when the project was initially heard by the Planning Commission. In fact, the material storage amount and the chipping times, they have dropped to less than what was initially proposed in the original application. The other issue that we can discuss, the applicant has been diligent in pursuing the implementation of the permit. Since the last meeting with your commission, the applicant has looked at multiple sites and asked for me to review feasibility for them for conforming with zoning and environmental impacts. None of the sites fit as well as the current location, so they concluded that the long-term solution for their project was to develop this property and have it fit into the community. As such, they have had a pre-development meeting with the county in December. We received the submittal requirements and applied for a rezone and a minor use permit in January. They have been contacting multiple consultants and are working diligently to gather the studies required by the county to review their proposal. I'm sure, as you all know, right now, this is a very busy time for consultants. And while they have contracts, we do not have the studies back from these consultants at this time. The last discussion issue for this item are if there were any modified conditions that have been imposed which update the permit to reflect current adopted standards and ordinance requirements. This portion of the code is to address any changes to the code which would have needed to be reflected in the adopted standards, and of which at this time there are none. We have received some comments from the community on this. The county received multiple complaints from the community relating to hours of operation, noise, dust, fence location, traffic, and current zoning. Staff has completed a site visit and found the state of the site to be conforming with the conditions of approval, with one exception. The fence that was required to be removed per the engineering and surveying division was still in place. The applicant removed the fence the next day, and as such, no violation was found to be existing on the site. Overall, the applicant has demonstrated due diligence in working with the county to implement the project with continued concern for the surrounding neighborhood and uses, as well as mitigating for the potential impacts from their proposed use. Therefore, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission find the proposed temporary conditional use permit is categorically exempt from the environmental review for CEQA and approve the conditional use permit for 6 months, subject to the findings in the staff report and the conditions of approval. And I am available for any questions you may have.
Right. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Let me see, this is a storage area, right? And those are apparently not permitted in the residential agricultural zone.
Correct.
And now you compare that with the regular agricultural zone, at least as far as I can determine.
You mean like a farm zone?
Farm zone, yeah.
Okay.
That they would be permitted if they were storing stuff that was grown on the site.
If it was related to an agricultural product or an agricultural process that was occurring, that would be something that we would discuss with the ag commissioner.
Okay, yeah, one time I kind of understood if you had a hay barn, you could put it on a farm zone, but if you're not growing hay, then I don't know if you could or not. But
And there are some additional concerns where if you were growing hay from the site and you had a hay barn on site, you may be able to sell that hay from that site. But if you had a hay barn on a site in a farm zone and you were buying hay somewhere else and bringing it to that site to then sell, that would not be considered an agricultural product that you could do in that area.
And so in this case, I guess they're chipping off-site, they're not
Correct.
chipping on-site?
Well, they are allowed to chip on site, but they have not chipped on site since approval from this planning commission.
Okay. And so basically, a commercial zone is probably the only place that they can operate.
There are other zones that allow for storage yards and for contractor maintenance yards, which this would also potentially fall under. Commercial, general commercial, heavy commercial, industrial, those are all usually the zones where this type of use would be seen.
Okay. And I think what I heard you say is they really haven't found a suitable area in those zones that they could move to.
Correct. They've asked to look at a couple of sites, and the ones that they've asked included some stream crossings, and just the environmental impacts of having to do a stream crossing made the project infeasible for them. And in discussions with the applicant, they had also shopped around to other existing storage yards to see what the rental costs would be there. And those were also in excess of $25,000 a month. So they saw this as a permanent solution if they could get a permanent site rather than paying to a landlord, or they would rather have control of their own business.
Okay, so. Well, I guess that does it for now for me. Thanks.
Certainly.
Just a couple for now, and then perhaps a few later. Slide 71, site operation hours.
Yes.
Can you define that for me?
Sure. Operational hours are from 7 to 4. We, in consultation with our code enforcement office, we recognize those as normal hours. And part of normal hours includes your employees showing up to the site before they're scheduled to be there, because I know that if I showed up at the time that I'm scheduled, my boss won't be happy with that. So we recognize through code enforcement that a 30-minute window is normal for employees to show up prior to their schedule.
Okay, I don't see George here. Is there another code enforcement individual here?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, well, a quick question, George. How does the county, I mean, where did the 30 minutes come from? Why is it not as part of the CUP? How does the county enforce those sorts of things? How does the community know that those sorts of things are part of the CUP when they're not specifically spelled out, et cetera, et cetera. There's like
Right.
50 questions
It's
here.
something that we have to deal with on a daily basis. So I would ask the commission as we move forward, if you chose to approve this again, that we're specific about the hours of operation, because it does seem reasonable that someone might be out till 4 working and come back at 4:30 to drop off the truck. Employee might show up 15 or 20 minutes early, stand by their car, get in their truck and leave. If that's not the commission's intent, we should probably clear that up. So we're left sort of with a gray area that we have to interpret. So we made that interpretation.
Okay, with due respect, site operation hours, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday seems relatively specific to me.
Okay.
I mean, I don't, you know,
Yeah.
otherwise it could be an hour.
Could be.
It could be an hour, and 15 minutes, whatever.
So when we move forward here, if someone had to go to that piece of property on Saturday, would that be operating? If they worked for Tree Pro? I guess those are the nuances that we have to deal with. So as we move forward, I would ask that we remove as much nuance as possible. If you really don't want anyone there other than from 7 to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday, please be specific and we will enforce that.
Okay. All right, thanks, George. So quick question for Clayton. Tree Pro's been operating there since 2010. Are there any rights that Tree Pro gains by having operated there since 2010, such as prescriptive easement or anything else that might be applicable?
Yeah, so this parcel is split zoned. The offending part is the residential portion of it. So any use that they did on the residential portion, they were not authorized to do and continue to not be authorized to do, with the exception of the authorization contained in the use permit that was granted 6 months ago by the commission. So leading up to that point, it was a not authorized use. And simply by that occurring over a length of time doesn't change that use. It doesn't become permissible, even though they've done it for a length of time. So not permissible at that point, and there was no kind of vesting of rights. If it wasn't allowed in the first place, it's not allowed, even though it continues on.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest concern is that they're operating a commercial business on ag residential. I mean, that's really what the bottom line is here, and they shouldn't be. It's not like I can go put a casino on my property and not get approval by the county. So the bigger issue is we can be able to change it, the use on that land, or they're gonna have to go find somewhere else to go that's legal for them to operate their business. And if it's not legal for them to operate their business, it's not fair to anybody in the county to go start a business on a piece of property that's not zoned for it.
Before you, do you have any questions for them?
No, that's
Before we
it.
get on.
Oh,
to
sorry, I didn't have any
opinions?
questions. That's a statement.
Did you have any others? Okay, let's bring up the applicant. Is Fred here?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Larry Farina, and I'm representing Mr. Fred Lowe, the owner of Tree Pro Tree Services. First off, I want to thank you for the opportunity to come before you today, and hopefully we can work through some of these issues that have already been brought up. I have comments on some of them that I've prepared, and so we'll see how we can get through it. I'd also like to express my appreciation for all of Adam's work. I think he deserves a promotion personally. He's done a great job on this project. So what I want to do is focus on why we are here today more than anything else, and that is we are looking for an extension of the permit that you issued 6 months ago. Adam went over the considerations that need to be found for this extension, new circumstances, whether the applicant has been diligent in pursuing implementation, and then the conditions that may or may not have changed. He established the conditions have not changed. I want to talk a little bit about the circumstances and a little bit about what we've done. So to pull it back for a second, like I said, the focus is on getting the temporary use permit extended. The reason for that is that we are applying for and are very, very diligent in trying to acquire a permanent use permit. Mr. DiMattei, you mentioned that use on residential property is illegal. We don't disagree with that. unfortunately, this property, and I don't know how you do this, Adam, you can tell me, go back to that map. You can see the split zoning, next one, on the property. Nobody knew this property was split zoned. I mean, this is something that happened many moons ago. In fact, if you look at historical records, you find that that the properties on both sides of Chili Hill there, as it's called, all of that was commercial back in the 1800s. There was saloons and stores and all kinds of stuff down there. We don't know when this was made commercial, and in normal circumstances, if this was to happen today, commercial zoning would follow property lines. This doesn't. Nobody knows where they came up with the lines. It follows a few property lines, but that line that goes through our property does not follow a property line from the time it begins on one side to the time it begins on another. So where it is a mystery. As Adam mentioned, this is an overlay of a map. Now, we had the property surveyed. Our surveyor did the best he could to establish where those lines might be based on property corners where it does come off of a property line. Get my fun little toy out here. He established that that line actually cuts across up here, and that approximately 75% of this property is actually commercial. Now, we can argue that all day long because nobody can establish it. So what we're doing is we're applying for a rezone so that we can make the entire parcel commercial. Part of the reasoning for that, and part of the reason staff has indicated they will support it, is that with a 2.3 acre minimum parcel size, if we were to rezone this entire parcel to residential, it doesn't meet 2.3 acre minimum, therefore it is a non-usable parcel. However, to rezone it, the small portion that is residential to commercial, and since all the properties around it are commercial on 3 sides, and only on the north side do we have residential, it makes sense because the commercial property only needs to be the 1 acre minimum. So this is what we're pursuing. We have, as Adam mentioned, we have actually signed contracts for the environmental reports that we know are going to be required. We made an application back in January for this minor use permit. Generally, there's about a 30-day turnaround that the county actually gives us back all the real requirements for that permit. We've yet to receive those. This is an interesting little project, and with the rezone and the use permit, and so there's been a delay in even getting those requirements. We have moved forward based on what we know from a previous development meeting. We have not received the final requirements for this permit yet. So we are being diligent and moving forward. I'll actually have the first environmental report in my hands on next Wednesday, I was told is the date they're going to give it to me. So I think, we're doing our due diligence. Regarding some of the issues that have taken place, and we've already talked about or discussed somewhat about hours of operation. It is my plea that you don't find Mr. Lowe guilty of violating something, because we have worked closely with staff on every one of these conditions. You heard what the interpretation was of the conditions. Those are the interpretations that we tried to work within. If, as he said, if we need to be more specific, we do, and I'd like to discuss that, because in all honesty, given the business, the way it operates, and I'll describe that in a minute, 7 to 4 really will never work. This is a business that doesn't have any actual business activity on this property. It is a storage yard, and that's all it is. There is no office on this property. There are no personnel that are there all day long. There is no clients ever come to this site. All of their work is done off-site. Tree services are done where the trees are, okay? As a result, it is not unusual for employees to show up early, pick up the trucks and leave. And if they have to work a shift from 7 to 3:30, they may not be within a half hour's drive. They may show up at 4:30, park the trucks and leave. That's all that takes place on this property. It was mentioned about chipping. Since this temporary permit was issued, there has been no chipping done on the property, and all chips have been removed from the property, even though the temporary permit allows it on a limited basis and allows storage on a limited basis. Mr. Lowe has decided that we'll just not do that. He wants to reserve the right, hopefully, to do that in the future. But they have operated now for 8 months without it, and it is found that it's not a necessity. It could be necessary in the future, but it is not now. So if we're going to look at those hours, I hope we can have a discussion about how we can refine those to be more workable. Going on, Adam mentioned the fence. The fence has been kind of an interesting ordeal. We discussed with staff what the future requirements would probably be if we move forward, which we are with the minor use permit. Part of those requirements are that we are going to do improvements on both Lozanos and Bald Hill Road. We've already been told that by ESD. Knowing that, and knowing that we don't know what the limitation of those improvements are, other than we will widen the road and we will have to put some landscaping and things that will have to go along with that plan. We discussed with staff and decided, well, we built a fence prior to any violation ever taking place to be a good neighbor for the neighbors, so there was a visual barrier. We thought, why don't we leave that visual barrier until we know what the improvements actually are? Then we can move that according to the conditions when the permit's issued. Unfortunately, someone was not happy with that and turned us into code enforcement for a violation of your permit that said it had to be removed by October 1st. So we've removed it. And the day after we were told it had to be removed, we went, okay, we will. Ironically, there's a letter in your file that's from the neighbors now complaining because the fence was removed and they don't like what's going on. You know, I don't know what we can do about that, but that's where it stands. So see here, where am I? I had a great presentation prepared and Adam covered most of it, so I'm trying to not waste your time here. I realize that we are in a public hearing, but everyone who is here today has the right to stand up and speak. And I do not deny them that right. I do not deny that there are people that have concerns over what is going on the project, in the sense that they may not fully understand what the rules are and what can and can't be done. There's complaints about noise, there's complaints about dust. Okay, it's an unpaved lot, there's going to be dust. The trucks move at about 5 miles an hour through the lot. I mean, there's not enough space to get up any speed. There are fugitive dust ordinances in Placer County. None of those have been violated. Noise, there is a noise ordinance in Placer County. All vehicles that Tree Pro owns, whether they are the chippers, whether they are the trucks, whether they are the tractors, the things that they store in this lot, all have California EPA certified mufflers. They all meet the noise requirements that California designates. So the noise is very minimal. In fact, the noise going up and down Lozanos Road at the speeds cars travel on that road is more than what these trucks will produce driving in and out of this yard. So you are going to hear, and you have probably read, many of the concerns. We intend to address those concerns in the future. What I'm going to respectfully ask this commission to do today is to remain focused on the item we have before us. Do we qualify for an extension of time so that we can continue to operate on this site, so that we can get our minor use permit before this commission and hopefully get all of this settled? That's what I'm asking you to focus on. That's about all I can add to what Adam said, and I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them.
You said you had it resurveyed
Yes.
privately, right?
Yes.
And of the 2.2 acres, how much did they say was commercial?
Approximately 75% of it was commercial.
Okay.
I didn't do the math to put a number to that. 1.8, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I've been to the site. It looked clean to me. Personally, I thought it looked better without the fence there, because it just seemed to open it all up, and putting the fence there kind of looked like a nuisance. So I think you guys are keeping it clean. I know there is concerns with the neighbors across the street. And I understand your line of work. I have chippers and and hire people to do stuff like that as well when I don't have time to do it. So you guys do maintenance on that, on your chippers there? So obviously you're gonna have to start them. They're gonna be loud, but you're doing it between, I would imagine, 7 and 4, and not on the weekends.
There's
Maybe
little
later.
maintenance done, but it is done. And I wanted to mention too, there are letters that say that there is work activity taking place on Sundays. They hire a young fellow to come out and wash the equipment, and he has done that on Saturday and Sunday. We didn't feel that was necessarily conducting business. And I don't feel it provides any more of a nuisance than any other neighbor washing their car on a Sunday afternoon. But we have done that, and I just wanted to say, I'm not trying to hide anything as you read things. But yes, maintenance is done on the equipment occasionally. Most of their equipment is relatively new within the last couple of years. It doesn't require a lot of maintenance. FreePro has contracts with Placer, Nevada, El Dorado counties, state of California through CAL FIRE. They can't afford to have equipment that doesn't work. So they have invested in trucks and equipment that is new and modern. They get called out on the emergency work constantly. They are contracted to do that. The big snow damage that happened was the last one. During those times, we were also in contact with staff. We were told that during times of emergency, the 7 to 4 hours kind of go out the window for the greater good. So yes, trucks were coming and going at different hours than that. Obviously, it was wintertime. The daylight hours are only so long that you can work. But nonetheless, they were extending it to the absolute max to take care of the emergency work.
So technically, if you moved your chipper 60 feet to the commercial section, you could work on it.
Well, the commercial uses that are allowed, and I have it listed here. Contractors and construction, storage lots and sales yards, and accessory storage. All allow that work on commercial property, requiring a minor use permit. That's why we're going through that process. When we come to you, we will present to you that we are doing everything that is allowed with a minor use permit on that property. So yes, if you did it on the commercial property, once it was legally permitted. Right now, we could do it with this temporary permit because you've given us permission to operate there. And if you wanted to tell us, okay, you can't operate on the residential side of this lot, then that question comes of where do we draw the line as to where the residential side of the lot is? You know, because nobody knows where it is. It becomes a bit difficult.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I get that things have to be serviced, they have to be turned back on, and guys are gonna come in late and, you know, traffic, you got an extra tree, you gotta go. Yeah, I totally get what you're guys are coming from. So, okay, I'm just trying to make some clarifications maybe for the public, trying to step on their side of the fence and.
Gotcha. Oh, I fully understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Commercial zoning was modified? I guess the red line?
No, the property boundary line was modified, not the zoning. So the red line on that map is, you see where the black lines are, the dark black lines were the property boundaries, and they put the red line is the new property boundary. So they took a section of it and kept it on the American well drilling side instead of taking the property line and splitting a building in half.
Okay, so just had to clarify, I guess. So what you're saying is that the actual commercial zoning line is a little bit abstract or?
It's very abstract.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Quick question also, if you were asked to or directed to move simply to the commercial side, and I recognize that may be a little bit gray right now, but I imagine we could probably have staff work that out to something that would be reasonable. What would the consequence be to your business?
We would have to rearrange the way we park vehicles without a doubt. You know, beyond that, it wouldn't be insurmountable. It's just, it limits the amount of space, you know, with the amount of trucks and equipment they have, it would get really crowded on one side. And I would hope we would be able to do it here again, depending on where we decide that line is, you know, but it's going to make it more difficult.
Okay, so, but it is less, really, we're talking about less than an acre here, it seems. 2.2, 75% commercial, you said, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if we use that number, then yeah, if we use the line that our surveyors believes it is and said, okay, there it is, it's probably doable, yes.
I have a question for staff. They're asking for a 6-month extension. Is it gonna take longer than 6 months for them to come back to us to get their application in?
The rezone process could take an extended period of time because that does involve going to the max, and that does involve working with the community, and we're a little bit stressed on when those meetings are scheduled. We do have one scheduled next week that we're going to as an informational item. And then we'll have to return for a recommendation from them in relation to the rezone. But the reason why we're also processing this as a separate minor use permit is so that we can get the use approved. And we plan to be able to do that within the 6-month timeframe.
So most likely they'd probably come back to us in 6 months for another extension.
No,
Maybe
If
not.
I-
for
if I
the
could-
minor use permit.
For a minor use. permit.
If
Okay.
I could comment on that.
Yes.
This is the only extension that would be allowed, maximum of 6 months. They're not allowed to come back for another extension on the temporary use permit.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you for that.
Just to clarify your original question, the current application to rezone the property, to get that through the environmental review process to the commission, to the board, or those bodies to take action on it, that most likely will not happen in that 6-month timeframe. So even if the commission is to grant that 6 months today, there may be a lapse of time where this operation has to cease until that gets acted upon.
Okay, that's what I thought, and that's why I was asking about the property line. So, if they had to, or could they move 50, 60 feet to get their trucks in compliance and so they can continue to work and do what needs to be done in this county and get our trees chopped up?
Yeah, and Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, but to relocate or push everything onto that commercial property, it still requires an entitlement. It requires a minor use permit. That would be subject to our zoning administrator. That is a much shorter process. But there's also a CEQA component to that also. So, could that be done in 6 months? Potentially.
So they can apply for a different permit on that section of the property.
Correct.
In the meantime, in case this
Correct.
doesn't fall through.
That is.
So that
currently-
is in the process.
That is already going.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that.
Okay, let's open it to the public. Who's here to speak on this item? In person, we've got 5, 6, it's about 6 people. EJ, how do you want to manage that?
I think, I think we can just one at a time, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had some, sir, right here in the front. Why don't you come up, and then we'll move ourselves back if you want to step up behind them about 6 feet and wait in line, and we'll kind of move down the rows if you guys are okay with that. State your name and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Jack Sanchez, and I was born in Ophir in 1939 in the house on the Auburn Ravine, and we still own properties my family has owned since the 1880s. My tenants are completely disquieted by the noise and pollution stirred up by Tree Pro activities, even on Sundays, reported to me by my tenants. In my memory, there have only been 3 businesses in Ophir since 1939. 2 grocery stores and a garage, which morphed into American well drilling. The grocery stores are long gone, with 1 business left in the entire Ophir residential community. The owner of that 1 business, American Well Drilling, is trying to allow Tree Pro to occupy his property for his business to enrich himself at the expense of his neighbors and the degradation of the Ophir community. This kind of business can destroy the serenity of a total community. Ophir is always and has been a residential community in my lifetime, and Placer County is currently allowing Tree Pro access to Ophir community is an immoral as well as an illegal violation of all the precepts of residential communities. The Placer County supervisors are elected by the people to support the will of the people, and the employees of Placer County are employed to carry out the will of the people, not the business community, if it violates that bond. Tree Pro being allowed to do business in Ophir is unconscionable and definitely should not be allowed permanent access to the Ophir community. Please do not allow it. Please help to continue the contented rural residential neighborhood it had always been and should continue to be. Please do not allow Tree Pro to continue annoying and cheapening the lives of the residents of the beautiful Ophir community. Since Ophir community is such an unusually pristine community, please do not ruin it by putting this business in the money over the quality of life, allowing Tree Pro to continue and destroying Ophir. Thank you.
I'm Rodney Lyon. I live at 420 Geraldson. I just want to bring a little historical due diligence to the Ophir area. I used to live on the other side of Newcastle on a powerhouse. When I moved there, PCWA decided to build a water treatment plant. It was ag, but it's a water treatment plant now. And now that I've moved to the other side, we've had constant water lines. They redid the tunnel from the American River that comes out just upstream from the Ophir area right now. And the school, Ophir School, is one of the oldest schools in California. And historically, that area has been mines, canals, ag, and I've always grew up and lived in an ag area. Where I live now, I got jackasses on one side, I got 14 goats on one side, I got a guy with a skid steer Caterpillar, but when he gets home, he runs all night till it's dark. And ag is not what everybody thinks it is, pristine. It's dirty, it's noisy, it stinks. I raised cattle and did ag when I was young myself to make money. Currently, Ophir is in a kind of a pause area. But when they were redoing the tunnel, I could hear that, 2 o'clock, you hear boom, 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 boom. When they were doing the tunnel, we got just above this site is the Auburn Sewer Treatment Plant, which we've had big problems with also. I would gladly trade that site, what they do there versus my current neighbors or what we've had to put up with earlier. And given the historical fact that it used to be, just above there used to be rock crushing plants. Now we've got PG&E doing all the lines up on Ophir. They've got a huge yard up there that they're using to change over all the power. Ophir's always going to be an industrial, busy corridor. It's just what it is. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dan Matalich. I've resided in Ophir for 44 years. And I find it interesting that in all this time, no one has voiced a complaint about the tree service, the well service. I find that extremely interesting. I live behind the Plainton, and I have never had a problem with it. There is always noise around Ophir. New wells going in, traffic, the school. I mean, the kids get out of recess, they blast the horn every time the school gets out for recess. And, that's something you live with. That's just the way it is. The school has to exist. And I don't understand why all the uproar right now
while I do understand it, I sympathize with my neighbor, but I have to advocate for tree pros. I have a interest in the byproduct of the mulch, which I use for my agricultural uses. I only have 2.3 acres, but I have 50 fruit trees that I've planted, and I used the mulch mainly as a weed suppressant. And given the drought situation and the fire situation in our country, in our state, I think it behooves everyone to take an interest in taking better care of their property that way. And also I might mention that I've helped Fred out by hauling mulch away and helping another rancher that I'm friends with, providing him with mulch also. And that's my stand. I appreciate the time.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very much.
As we're going, then the next person can come on up. The next person can stand up behind them, just so we know what order we're going in. That would work out well.
I hand out some documents.
You can give them to Sue.
So it's
that'll
rather
work.
It's old school, but I think it'll suffice for now. There's a few documents that are there. Essentially, a couple of them are actually photos of our Oak Valley, right at the heart of our town. And then there's a couple of maps as well. But let me go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Catherine Brown. I am the third of a 4-generation Ophir resident family. My daughter's the 4th generation. She and I both attended Ophir Elementary School. Obviously, significant years difference and when we graduated. My father, Ralph Wilson, is here, and he is part of the 2nd generation. So I'm here to be a witness to Ophir's history, as well as an advocate of the rural lifestyles. Firstly, I want to state that my comments are not specific to Fred and Mike of Tree Pro and American Well. I know them both, and I know their intent to be good humans is an honorable thing. My comments specifically are relevant for any party continuing to asking to continue heavy commercial industrial business in the heart of our rural and historic Ophir Valley. That's what this is about, at least from my perspective. So I'm sorry for you that you're placed in a position to make a tough decision today. This matter should have been curtailed years ago for being in violation of zoning ordinances and using the land illegally for a decade. Last year, you generously granted Tree Pro 6 months to find an alternative site to conduct their business. They apparently did not take the year's instructions seriously, since they are back asking for an additional extension of time. It is not difficult to find an alternative site. I've identified multiple industrial parcels within the span of a couple of weeks that would work well, perhaps better, available to Tree Pro to purchase, including seller financing or lease rates as low as $1,000 a month. Also, Union Pacific is leasing industrial land. And I could give you one specific example across right off the Newcastle exit off of Interstate 80. There was 6 acres that were available, zoned industrial. It was not $25,000 a month. It was $8,000 a month. And I'm sure that whoever actually secured that actually got it to go significantly lower. So here we are. So the alternative properties are available right now. And the only reason why I can anticipate the reasons why they want to continue with this, as was expressed, is that they want to change the zoning for that area. I want to please, I sent an email yesterday, and I think there's a package, but Placer County back in 1983, granted years ago, did a special report, it's a general plan environmental report that they did specifically to Ophir Valley, and they defined it as a 9-mile square radius. The primary focus for that report was to, quote, Sorry, I'm catching up here. I want to make certain I quote it specifically. The major emphasis of the general plan is to preserve the rural character of the Ophir area, period. It's focused on residential, agricultural, and recreational.
So your
I
time
know I'm
is,
running short of
yeah,
time.
your time's up at this point.
Okay, well, this is what I ask, please, is for you to please consider that shouldn't we, the thousands of residents in Ophir, have a greater voice and a right to keep that parcel residential instead of favoring the convenience of two parties that don't even live in Ophir? We live with it every day. And it's part of the greater plan that was in place by Placer County
Thank
years
you.
ago.
Thank you for your
And
time.
we would like, so thank you very much. And I beg for you, please, to decline the extension of time. Thank you very much. Oh, and one last thing. Ophir School didn't even know about this hearing or that there's even in consideration until 2 days ago. Thank you.
My name is Colby Jones and I live directly across the 90-foot house that's directly across. So nobody is denying that TreePro provides a needed service, just not next door in a community. If you look at it objectively and you go, okay, why is that commercial lot there? You'll be like, oh, it's grandfathered in. Does it fit what's around us? Does making that another commercial spot next to houses make sense? I don't think so. And the example I'll give you is that, let's see, 2 nights ago, sorry, I'm a little nervous. I work for the National Guard full time, so the time I have with my family is limited. And when it is, I have 2 young daughters and I love spending it with them. So I sit down to dinner and what do I hear at 5:30 is a local tow truck company coming to pick up equipment and take it out. Now, yes, I understand they have to go at all hours to move equipment and do this, but if you're sitting at your table with your kids and all you hear is beep, beep, beep of a tracked chipper being loaded up, and it doesn't happen like they pretend to say once in a while, it happens every damn weekend, every day. One morning they had the headlights shining in my daughter's bedroom at 5 o'clock in the morning and it woke them up. They're 7 and 3, like they get startled by everything. So I would just please request that you take into consideration everybody that's around them and not place what could be their financial burden on the people that live around them. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Colby.
Hi, my name is Michelle Mation. I live opposite the TreePro lot. Today, I'm presenting my formal objection to American Well TreePro being allowed another 6-month conditional use permit as recommended in this document by Placer County. It is so abundantly clear now that this situation has only ever been seen from the side of TreePro, as the Planning Services Division has never taken the opportunity to proactively ask for the input of the neighbours of the Ophir community. Not only is it wrong that TreePro are operating residentially on residentially zoned land, after all of my communications, I am deeply offended that this staff report is full of blatant untruths and misrepresentations. I will explain 5 of them now. This residentially zoned land was never just a storage land, as stated in this document. TreePro performs maintenance of their trucks, equipment multiple times a week. They wash and clean their machines on weekends, and up to September, they wood chipped, as you heard. Number 2, the fence was never ordered on the CUP to be removed. It was ordered to be moved. That was the complaint that I put in. It had not been moved on October 1st. Now we have headlights shining directly and purposefully into our household every morning. The insinuation that TreePro kept this fence up for our benefit is laughable, and I reiterate, they did not meet the conditions, the conditional use permit. Number 3, I was told by code compliance that the conditions of the CUP were null and voided by this state of emergency, but I have yet to be given documentation that proves they can operate outside the CUP because of this state of emergency. Number 4, the attached document states the site has been in compliance with the CUP except in this one case. As you can see from the documents that I have submitted, there have been repeated breaches of this CUP. Number 5, the claim that land in our area is $25,000 a month is a very blatant exaggeration. TREPO is able to continue to do business and offer Placer County obviously lower rates than other companies because they have reduced rent. They've now stated on the record that they can only stay in business if they're allowed to stay there. And that is favoring them and not the multitude of tax-paying, law-abiding citizens surrounding them. As I looked, this is clearly a conflict of interest for Placer County. Finally, as I looked at the legal terms for commercial zoning, it states that commercial zoning is land designated for use by businesses that interact with the public. Industrial zoning is land that is designated for use for businesses, but the public does not visit these sites. Why would Placer County even consider a commercial license when the attached planning services division document clearly states that this is a storage yard where no customers are allowed? I request, along with members of our community who had to leave earlier, that TREPO not be rewarded for their bad practices, and that it does not qualify for an extension of the CUP, an extension because they broke the conditions, and that they are moved to more suitably and correctly zoned land. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Mason. I'm married to a very attractive nurse who works all hours in the COVID clinics around Sacramento. Okay. So to say that she doesn't deserve a word is an exaggeration as well. To say that no one's complained before now, I believe Steve Palmer had submitted a complaint in 2016 that came out in the last meeting. And he mentioned that it had been ignored at the time, or he felt it had been ignored, but that was a complaint. My problem with all of this is we're talking about interpretation. Well, there was no wiggle room in when I sat on the teams and listened to the last meeting. The stated times were the stated times. The operating conditions were the operating conditions. The fence was supposed to be removed within the 30-foot range of the road on October 1st. Everything you've heard today from TREPO is their decision to bend those rules at their convenience. 2 Sundays ago, they had a trailer that was broken, so they got someone in on Sunday morning at 7:30 to panel beat the trailer by using metal hammers, welders, whatever was necessary at 7:30 Sunday morning. All right, I have video of it that proves the noise and all that on a Sunday morning. To say that they don't operate outside of the 7 to 4, and it didn't say anywhere there was wiggle room for that or interpretation. You cannot reward people for breaking rules. The CUP that you put in place last time did not state that there was wiggle room in those definitions. Someone here at the end of the meeting, before the decision was made, clearly stated that they felt that TREPO were given the 6-month extension because of the wildfires. They were given 3 months to fight those wildfires, which is incredibly needed. I'm not denying that one bit. But they were also given 3 months to find suitable land. We've proved there's suitable land out there. It's a joke. Everyone in Ophir knows there's suitable land. So enough is enough. They have broken the rules. They should not be expected to live within those rules, no matter what you say from this point forward. They've chosen to do what they want. Times have changed. The reason possibly there wasn't other complaints, there were 2 old couples over the road living in the houses that we do now who were partly deaf, all right? And they were friends of these people. Things have moved on. Do not pollute Ophir. It's a beautiful place to live. We moved there for the residential side of this, not commercial. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Samuel Devine. We've lived in the community house right past up the road on Los Alamos for 30 years. My kids went to the school there. We love the fact that it's residential. I understand the historic commercial, zoning way back. A lot of things were very chaotic. I own a business on Ophir Road. It's got 5 lots on the crazy thing. But it's full on industrial commercial. And we run a business there, but we still are very careful with our neighbors. If there aren't any residential nearby, but we still try to run a very clean, good looking, improving location. I've been waiting 6 years for a permit to cut down an oak tree. So I abide by the law, and I know that the law comes first. Honestly, selfishly, I would love to see that entire area just residential. Anthony, you said you've been down there. You look around the area, it's clearly residential. There's nothing commercial or industrial around there that belongs there. It's out of place. It just is. I'm just being honest. And selfishly, our property values would go up if it was all residential. If we had a couple nice cottages there, it would be worth a lot more money, and sightly, it would look a lot better. But if you really want to keep it commercial, I'd like to see a deli or something of that nature, a little country store. But it's unsightly. It lowers the value of our properties. I see really no benefit to the community. There's plenty of places they can move to. Along railroad tracks near the freeway where it's crazy loud, there's no reason to be down there. I drive by it every single day. I love the area. I have no plan of ever moving. I'd love to see it turn residential 100%. Thanks.
Thank you.
Definitely. Ken Hollock. I live 2 houses up on Bald Hill Road, retired firefighter as City of Elk Grove. One of the things that I would ask, as far as just to take into consideration, is that while the gentleman speaking on behalf for Tree Pros said that there is no pile there, based on the use permit, the size of the pile that would be permitted, even only on a short-term basis, 6 by 75 by 225, comes out to 3,750 cubic feet of material. And while, yes, there has never been a fire there, the fuel load that the service that they provide, taking down trees that are dead and dying diseased, and then chipped and brought to someplace else, you've moved the problem from one place to another. This afternoon at 5 o'clock, the relative humidity in Newcastle is going to be 15%. We're a week and a half away from spring. So the potential exists. While I will agree with the gentleman that the noise of the cars going up Lozanos is very loud, that is true. And that there is not a pile there, not that I can see. But to allow that amount of fuel to sit in one spot, once it gets off, it's just a race whether or not CAL FIRE can get it before it gets to the top of the hill, based on its aspects, its exposure to the sun throughout the day, and the current wind direction. So I would ask that be really taken into consideration when even allowing or even considering them to continue to do business at this location. Questions?
No, thanks. Thanks, Ken. Any others here online? Okay, we're gonna close public comment at this time. I'd like to invite staff back up. Oh, yeah, if you can address
I'm
maybe
sorry,
some of the things brought up or.
Sure. Yeah. So it sounds like a lot of the complaints or concerns that were coming from the community were that this just isn't a fit in the area, and that this just isn't a type of use that they want to see. Unfortunately, when we're implementing development, we follow the zoning ordinance. And at this time, the zoning ordinance is granting in the C2 zone this type of use. They have, every time that we've reached out to the applicant, they've been responsive. Whenever we've had a concern or received a complaint, we would follow up with them. And we didn't see anything that was a violation when we did site visits or when we spoke with the applicant. There was a comment about complaints, and no complaint had been received during the 10 years of Tree Pro being on site. The mention about a complaint from Steve Palmer, we did do research on that, and I believe we spoke on it last time as a reminder of what that was. There was a complaint in 2016 regarding some grading that was occurring on site, and the engineering department at that time deemed it wasn't a violation and closed the case. So in 2016, some determination was made that there was no violation. There was a comment on the state of emergency, and we do have a state of emergency from the state that is in the packet about tree mortality and how the county would address that. And in addition, we also had the state of emergency that was issued by the Board of Supervisors with regards to the snowstorm that we had a couple months ago. And in the county's interpretation, that allowed them to operate with a little bit more leeway during an emergency. And that was something that we had communicated with the applicant as well when we spoke with them. The last comment, Ken was concerned about the storage of material on site. The storage size, the 6 foot by 75 foot by all that comes from the fire department. That was specifically conditions that they generated and provided to the applicant for what the limits were. It includes that whole section regarding fire safety in our staff ordinance or in our conditions of approval. Condition number 13 called for a will serve letter. In speaking with Dave Bookout, the fire chief, he has been to the site 2 times to confirm the Knox box has been installed and that any storage of materials meets what they need, and that there's enough fire suppressant to deal with any containment issues that they may have on the site. And those were the main comments that I took note of.
Okay, you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah, if I could just provide a little clarification of the state of emergency. When a state of emergency is issued, it does have the potential to override a condition of approval, but that would require something contained within that state of emergency that needed to be happening on an expedient basis. So when we did have that storm that dropped a whole bunch of trees for a very limited amount of time, that might have been permissible. That state of emergency does not give Tree Pros the right to not comply with the conditions of approval on an ongoing basis, though. And I've reviewed the contracts that the county of Placer has with Tree Pros, and there's no indication of any kind of time requirement with respect to removal of trees. So there isn't anything dealing with the state of emergency on an ongoing basis that would allow them to operate outside of the timeframes contained in the condition of approval.
Yeah, and I'll defer you to page 11 of your staff report packet. Those are the conditions of approval from the original project, but as modified, if you were to grant the extension. But I think that's what the commission needs to consider is those conditions of approval and whether or not they've been complied with. And going through those, just to point out a few hours of operation, we had that discussion about, what it does 7 to 4 actually mean. I think George Rosasco spoke to that one about whether or not there's gray area if workers show up prior to that. That's something that needs to be considered. There is actually chipping allowed on site 2 hours a day. It sounds like the applicant didn't do any chipping. The storage piles were limited in height and size. My understanding is that they comply with that. Condition number 9 about the fence. Mrs. Michon, I hope I didn't pronounce your last name wrong. She's absolutely right. The fence was to be removed and relocated. That fence has not been relocated, so that has not been complied with.
Yeah.
So, you know, so I mean, those are the conditions that your commission has to consider, you know, are all those conditions met with? You know, the answer is no. You know, have most of them been met with? It appears to be, but that's something that, you know, it's for the commission to look at, to see if they've acted in good faith or not in looking at this extension.
Thank you. And if I didn't close public comment, I'm gonna make sure I do that. Close public comment, and I'm gonna go ahead and invite the applicant back up to share any comments you want to make on what was stated.
I guess the only comment I have is to the last one that EJ made, and that's concerning that fence. Here again, we conferred with staff through this entire process, and it was determined by staff in that discussion that we were not required to relocate that fence at this time. Yes, that is what it says, but the condition was per ESD to get it out of the county easement. It will be relocated sometime when we have our conditions that tell us where we have to put it. Didn't say it had to be relocated immediately, and staff did not say, staff considered, and Ab mentioned this in his report, there was no condition to have a fence in the first place. That's why it was removed. So while the condition may not have technically been complied with, as EJ has stated, it was through our working with the staff that conclusion was drawn. It was not the applicant saying, well, gee, I'm not going to do it. Okay. We have been very diligent about trying to make sure we do this the way it needs to be done according to staff recommendations. And that's really the only comment I have.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Turn the mic. Thoughts? Huh?
Oh, it's on.
Do you have any- Page 2. You know, it doesn't really say that it's okay to be there, I guess, on Sunday.
No, it doesn't.
Or-
You know, and that would be our error if, you know, washing the vehicle is considered to be doing business, then that's our bad, no doubt. You know, concerning the other accusations that were made about equipment being worked on, I have no knowledge of that. So I was told it wasn't done by the owner. I don't know any further than that, so I can't address it. As far as the hours of operation, yes, it would need to be extended to make this legitimate, truthfully. Because the reality is that, you know, if a work day is a 7 to 3:30 day, now I was in the construction business for 40 years, that means you were on the job 7 to 3:30 every day. So for the guys to get to work, to get to the jobs, to do the jobs and get the hours in that they need to be able to come there before time, pick up a vehicle, leave, and obviously drop it off after that 4 o'clock deadline. And as we mentioned in our discussion earlier, you know, it's hard to determine when you're going to actually get back, depending on how the job went, depending on the traffic, depending on how far away it is. To say that, gee, you have to be back there by 4 o'clock. Well, if they're in El Dorado County, that means they leave El Dorado County at 2 o'clock to be back and over by 4. You know, so yeah, the hours of operation, we would greatly appreciate some leeway on that, some extension on that, so that the business can function. And as I said, this is only vehicles coming in and out of the project in those hours. This is not doing work on the site at all.
Okay. I'm trying to think it through, but if you have a suggestion, then make it. But
Well, I would suggest that it would be, trying to think off the top of my head, 6 to 5:30. You know, that gives them the opportunity to get in the vehicle, get out to the jobs, and regardless of where those jobs are, get back in a reasonable amount of time without cutting the job time short. Like I said, all the work is apart from the site. They have to get there. So in order to perform for the customer, you need to be on the site. This restriction would restrict how many hours they can actually be on the site to do the work.
okay, so then what's the definition of operation then? Sounds like we have.
Well, that's another one of those gray areas. And that's what you gentlemen can decide for us.
That's where we get paid all that big money.
That's why you get paid the big bucks. You bet.
My recollection is maybe a little weak here. Did you object to the CUP provisions as they were provided 6 months ago?
I wasn't here 6 months ago.
Okay. Did the representative who was here or the applicant object?
I don't know.
I don't think he did.
I know that we have email correspondence between the owner and Adam, several emails before that hearing, where those emails went back and forth, and he expressed to Adam that those hours really weren't workable, that we needed longer hours. I don't know, I wasn't involved, so I don't know why it got in the way it did, and I don't know how that the conversations went in regards to that.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
You bet.
We're going to move it to a discussion with the commission here.
Sorry, I do have a video that Sunday morning. panel meeting in-
We're okay. We're going to move to our discussion.
I can start a little bit here, and actually there's a question here, I suppose, and maybe some comment for, my apologies, I need to bring this up. But there's a question for Clayton. And this is really a fundamental thing, completely kind of off topic, but he and I corresponded this week about the authority of the board to do, or I should say that, planning commission to do what it in fact did 6 months ago. And so I asked for the code on this, and he sent me 17.58.300, which is temporary uses involving establishment of land use normally not allowed to in the applicable zoning district. Temporary events and the use of temporary offices are subject to provisions of this section. So the section goes on. I'm not going to bore you with all the code there, but it has a provision in there that talks a little bit about the duration of a temporary use. The granting authority may authorize, the granting authority is us, by the way, may authorize a temporary use for a maximum of 1 year. And that's the provision that he pointed to, commercial and industrial zone districts, and for a maximum of 2 years in agricultural resource, et cetera, et cetera. So without trying to build you too much of a watch here, this was kind of interesting to me. And I am not a lawyer, but I disagree with our lawyer. And I look for his comments on this, but I don't even think we had the authority, frankly, to do this in the first place. Because here's the issue. What this provision in my mind, and the additional provision that he sent me, in my mind, authorizes us to do is take an individual who is applying to move a business or something else into an area that is not zoned for that business, and make a determination as to whether they can do that on a temporary basis. So the person should make an application out, and then it comes to us, and we can examine the facts and then determine whether or not that particular applicant can in fact move into that area that is not zoned for what they plan to do for a year, while they look at rezoning it or doing something else. That, in my mind, is what our authority is. This is different because in this particular case, the individual is already on site and operating outside of zoning, outside of the properly zoned area. So what we did is we took an individual who is already operating outside of zoning and said, you can do that for a year, or 6 months in this case. So if you extend the logic on that a little bit further, you could say to yourself, okay, every business in Placer County, if you find an empty parcel, go ahead and contract with somebody, move in, and until you get caught or until somebody complains, you can stay there. And then you can come here and apply, and we'll give you another year to figure out what you want to do. So if you think about it, and our lawyer, who is, I think, fabulous, by the way, will tell me and probably tell you that he disagrees with what I'm saying, but I think we didn't even have the authority in the first place to authorize this. So, Clayton, what I'm going to ask you to do is, first of all, make comments now, and then review this with your team as well, and come back in 2 weeks and tell me specifically, and everybody else here, why I'm wrong.
And let me start off. The state gives the county broad authority to deal with its zoning matters.
This
So-
is county code though.
Right, and the county institutes its zoning through its code, right? So you have the Board of Supervisors having designated this as a county code section. And this code section specifically allows temporary uses in those areas on the basis of getting an approval to that use permit from a planning commission or board. So the Placer County Board of Supervisors has designated that this use is permissible through its code if authorized by the planning commission or board. So that's what this code section says. And that the way that they do that is because it's on a limited term. It's only on a temporary basis for no more than a year. So that's the way it's been set up by our county code, and the state grants that power to the county to control its own zoning matters. And the county has gone ahead and said, look, we are going to authorize temporary uses for no more than a year in areas subject to a use permit. So if you come in and you go through the process for a use permit and you get that use permit approved, then you're allowed that temporary use for 1 year. And that's why there's such restrictions on the amount of time and the extension. You can only get one extension not to exceed the amount originally provided in that temporary use permit. So under no circumstances would a temporary use be allowed more than 2 years.
Right.
If you take the 1 year that's allowed and the extension that gives you up to the amount of the time of the original one. So that's the way our county code has set forth. That's the way our Board of Supervisors decided when they included this section in to authorize those uses. So that's the way it's allowed, but it is subject to use permit. It's a discretionary decision. The Planning Commission has to decide whether or not to grant that use permit, which your commission did 6 months ago.
Well, but we granted that use permit to someone who was already in an improperly zoned area. And my point is that that individual should have made an application, and he should have actually been operating inside of a properly zoned area, applied to us. And under those circumstances, we could make a decision. The difference here is that he's already operating in an improperly zoned area. And my argument would be that if we use your logic, every business in Placer County can find anything that they want to in terms of zoning, move into it, operate there for as long as it likes, until such time as it is challenged by anybody else. And then they can come in here and ask us to approve a 1-year extension when they weren't supposed to be there in the first place.
I appreciate the discussion.
Could I just
Yeah,
respond?
yeah.
I would just like to note that this is a discretionary decision. This is a use permit is something that the planning commission grants. This was in front of your planning commission before 6 months ago. And you were provided the information with what the applicant had done to that date. Now, ultimately, this commission could have decided, look, we think this property's been a bad actor. We don't think it's worth granting this temporary use permit. But that's not the decision that the commission made. The commission made the decision that it was going to grant the permit at that time, which it's entitled to do. It can make that decision either way as long as there's findings supporting it.
Okay, I've still asked that next meeting come back and explain, having coordinated this a little bit, whether my concern about your interpretation is correct or incorrect.
Well, we'll definitely consider that. I think, what's your position now? You know, how can we address what's before us is kind of the
Yeah.
question. I understand the debate from the previous decision. I was here. It was quite complicated. There was an understanding that this business was going to move. They were in business doing a lot of good for the community. And so the really discussion we need to have is, what do we do now? And
Right. Yeah, I'll run through that real quickly.
Okay.
The reason I thought this was important is because I'm not, like I said, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, we get to the 2 or 3 things on Adam's slide about, whether or not whether things have changed or whatever,
Mhm.
whether we should deny under those, circumstances. And I'm, again, not certain that we even had the authority to get there in the first place. It's pretty fundamental. But beyond that, I think there's some facts here. First, Tree Pro was in violation of zoning ordinance and remains in violation of zoning ordinance, although we have authorized an extension. They did not, in my estimation anyway, this is perhaps opinion, but did not comply with multiple provisions in the CUP. And perhaps they were led to believe that they could. I mean, in several cases, it appears as though they made conversation that the points that the staff had given them authorization to do that. That's not the authority of the staff, in my opinion. Staff doesn't have that authority. We have that authority. So compliance with the CUP is pretty much mandatory. I can tell you, if I were a business owner, I would have been pristine in that area. And they can, in fact, operate their business without the extension. That was indicated by the applicant. So while it will be difficult, the applicant can do so and operate. And I hope that he does, because he's, obviously a great business owner, and it's a tough business. So I think that that's also a fact that's pretty relevant here. And then for the people out there who made these comments, there are really two issues. The first is the zoning of this parcel, which we're really not here to discuss, unfortunately, perhaps, but at some point we may in the future. This will either become a commercial parcel or a residential parcel, or remain as it is, which is kind of a difficult thing to work. So I encourage the pursuit by the applicant of making this commercial. That will force the discussion from the residents and the business owner as well. And they can come forward and debate that. The question on the table here is whether he has been compliant with CP. In my estimation, he has not been. And under those circumstances, I would pursue denying.
I guess I'm still puzzling here. There's a couple of issues, but at least what I was hearing today is there's really not any operation going on the side other than parking trucks, maybe maintaining the trucks. Those are the only operations. And so, that's just what I'm here is practice. Though the conditional use permit does give more ability than to operate on the site. So I don't know how to answer it as far as if somebody's up in Georgetown and they got to get back by 4 o'clock, like sometimes you just got to give them slack because it's just impossible to do that and operate up where they're operating. So at any rate, I don't have a good answer for that other than, I guess if they're going to be stacking the chips on the site or chipping or doing what else they could do on the site, that's operation, I would say, but I don't see the travel time as being operation other than storage. So it does exclude, like if they're doing some maintenance that requires welding and that kind of stuff on Sunday, then that would be operation, I would think. And so that would be outside the bounds of this permit. And so maybe they need to drag the chipper to some place where they can have somebody work on it. But at any rate, that, I guess my feeling is 7 to 4 is probably okay, as long as there's an understanding that that is operating on the site and not dinging them because they get in at 4:30 from Georgetown. But that's kind of my opinion. As far as putting the fence in, I guess I understand that. Took the fence out. This does say you have to put it back. But I guess that would be something you got to negotiate where you can put it. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. At least those are the two issues.
According to what has been said here with public comment, I've only been there a few times. I can't go out there all the time. So I don't know what's really happening. I have to take the word of the residents. The gentleman who's representing Tree Pro has not been with Tree Pro this whole time. So maybe it's not been happening when he was around. But obviously working out of compliance with the operating hours on the weekends and before 6:30 and storing materials there, which are no longer being stored there, but it's probably safer for the residents who live there. Being that you guys have been out of compliance and you are working on a piece of property that is not zoned for commercial, and whether this argument or not, whether we were supposed to allow you to have this happen, I hear that this should have been done prior to having somebody move there. You guys were already there, so you were already out of compliance when you got there. So maybe not being as educated as we should have been on this subject back then. I probably would have not voted in the way that I did because I don't see that this is in compliance right now. So my opinion is that I would not probably go through with the extension just because of what has been happening in this area.
Yeah, just to continue some of my thoughts. It's obvious this isn't a fit, and you know this use is not a good fit for the community. It's quite the challenge. We're hearing that from the homeowners in the area, and I think if you had to live there, you know, and deal with some of what we heard, it would be quite challenging. And especially since, you know, the compliance isn't being met. You know, we set these, we were pretty clear about the time use. We weren't aware, or it wasn't indicated to us at that time, that extended hours, you know, before and after that time would give wiggle room. It wasn't. And it was, we were kind of swayed to this decision because it was the understanding that they'd be looking to move. That was the time that we allowed. And now understanding that that is not the intention, without the conditions being met and the compliance happening, I have a really hard time moving forward with any additional time with this. So that's kind of where I'm at. Any other discussion?
DJ, do you guys have any comment on what we've discussed, whether, you know, just trying to pick your brain too, I guess?
I think the only discussion we were having, if, you know, it looks like the commission is either gonna approve or deny this extension. If you deny it, just be aware that, you know, the date, you know, they filed before this 6-month period expired. That was February 12th of this year. So if you do deny it, it's expired and they would have to, you know, stop operation.
They would have to consolidate operations into the commercial area, which they said they could do.
No, I think in order to operate in the commercial side of the property, they would still need to obtain a minor use permit. Is that correct, Adam?
That's correct.
So they would still need an entitlement to operate. So it's not a by right use to operate
Gotcha.
their operation as they're doing it now on that site.
Pretty much what they have now is a by right because they just walked in and started putting a commercial property on ag residential.
I mean, you know, could they park their materials there or their trucks there? Well, you know, it's still considered a storage
Right.
yard. So.
Again, they'd be back to where they were 10 years ago, going to a site that wasn't in compliance. So to the applicant, I guess if you guys, we don't approve this, does it shut you guys down? Or do you guys have a place that you can go park your trucks and go from point A to point B and C and back?
We do not. And, you know, if I'm allowed, I'd like to comment on a couple of things that have been discussed. You know, and just clarify, you know, the operation on the residential is only a portion. And yes, we did discuss that we could probably move to the commercial side. But as EJ said, because we don't have a permit right now, but are in process, we need this extension so that we can continue that process. Without this extension, then, as EJ said, technically we can't operate on the property because we don't have a permit, even though we've made application, but that doesn't help us.
Correct.
So it's rather important to know we have nowhere else that we can go and park all these vehicles. It's going to be a scramble to figure out how we're going to pull that off. You know, after operating on a site for 12 years, you don't really plan on leaving. And I just want to bring up one comment that in your conditions of approval, it says
I don't
that-
think we're gonna move to your comments at this point. I'd like to invite George up here, actually to talk about, you know, code enforcement and help us understand what the code enforcement portion might look like and what time frame we have to give, you know, if we deny or approve or.
Well, if you were to deny it today, technically there's no ability for them to operate anymore. However, I would expect that they will file an appeal to your decision to the Board of Supervisors. At that point, I would sit down with county council and ask them, do we shut this down? Or do we wait for the appeal to go to the Board of Supervisors and for them to render a new decision? That would be a discussion that I would have after the fact. I'm not sure where that would land.
Okay, so the appeal would allot them some time.
Yeah, so my understanding of this, and I'd want to double check to make sure, but if your commission were to deny the permit extension here, they wouldn't have a use permit that would be authorized. So at that point, they would need to shut down. Now, that would be pending the determination of the Board of Supervisors if they did appeal. But since the initial decision is to deny the extension, that's the one we would be complying with until the Board of Supervisors determines otherwise. So they would be asked to shut down until the Board of Supervisors looked at it.
Right, because your decision is set aside until a new decision is rendered, but they still don't have a use permit.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Can we allow the use permit for a shorter period of time than the 6 months?
Yep. So the requirement for this extension is you can allow up to the amount of the first allotted time, which was 6 months. So you can do any lesser amount.
Yeah, we can do a shorter amount. No. When is the next Board of
So
Supervisor?
what,
meeting?
what will happen in the next 3 months, let's say?
Mhm.
I mean, what are our expectations? But the rezone process has to unfold as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
And
rezone.
that's gonna take longer than 3 months,
Yeah,
for sure. It's
it's
probably gonna
going
take
to.
longer than 6
Again,
months.
it's gonna come back to us, and we're gonna have to say, we're gonna rezone this, or we're gonna leave it the way it is. We're
Right.
in the same situation we were today, tomorrow. So, you know, I'm not in favor of shutting business down. But I'm not in favor of letting somebody continue to work, be non-compliant. And that's my biggest issue, is this whole thing has been non-compliant before I got here.
And honestly, my concern, I mean this sincerely, I don't want to shut a business down either, but I have to tell you, if I were a business owner and somebody had to leave a site at 2 o'clock to make sure they were darn well inside the fence and out of there by 4, because that's what the CUP said, that's what they would do. They better read it every time, no doubt. I mean, you know.
I would say we maybe extend them 3 months. So they
When's the
find
next
place.
Board of Supervisor?
Yeah,
meeting?
so if I, just some more input, maybe to help inform your decision. So since this permit, expired February 12th, if you granted, let's say you granted 90 days, 3 months, that is from the February 12th date. It's going to take us 60 days to get to the board. So by the time we get to the board, they'll be coming up against the end of that 3 month.
Okay.
But they would be allowed to continue operation and figure out what their future plans are going to be, by the time they get to the board.
I have a relevant comment in what I mentioned earlier. I know 2 sites in
Oh,
particular.
I'm sorry, public comment is closed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I guess.
Well, and let me
Yes, I'm thinking that-
add one thing real quick. So, if they went to the board, what I'm saying is it would only go to the board on appeal. I should clarify that. So if you did grant another,
Come back here.
3 months, if they appeal that decision, that is what would go to the board. That's the only reason it goes to the board. They would have to actually appeal it, or they would have to, in that 3 months time, figure out where they're gonna move. their
Otherwise, in
operation.
3 months, they will be back here asking for another 3-month extension theoretically. Oh, that's it.
No, where they would be done, and the board, no additional time could be added. I mean,
You
the
can't go
board
more than
would
6
be
months
acting
no
on that
matter
6
what.
months.
Right? No more than
Today,
6 months
yeah.
period. We give them 3 months, they can appeal it. And get another 3 months if it's granted by the board. And it's gonna probably take a couple months to get there anyway. So we're already in March. So right now they're out of compliance because they should have been done in February. We're in March. Is that correct?
Well, they submitted their application prior to that.
Oh,
time,
prior
so
to
we
it,
would have
okay.
accepted that.
You know, I don't think we should presume what the board would do on
No.
this. You know, I think
No,
we have to make a
We
decision.
can't. We have to make our.
And at any rate, I guess in my opinion, 6 months. I mean, we're just doing an extension here and we've already approved it for 6 months.
Yeah, but
And,
they're also been out of compliance too.
And so that's, you know,
they-
that's my opinion. I hear what the
Right.
public is saying, their concerns, but I also hear the operator is basically just using this as a parking lot.
To an
And
extent.
so at any rate, as long as they're working with the neighborhood for another 6 months and then going through the process, you know, they may have to find another spot. Going through the process because there's no guarantee that they're gonna get a minor use permit either, but at any rate,
They have, however, been non-compliant,
Huh?
I think clearly non-compliant with CUP.
I can't hear
They
you.
have, sorry, they have clearly been non-compliant with CUP, in my estimation anyway,
They've been non-compliant.
non-compliant with the CUP.
this.
And so, you know, that is a specific element in that 3-element slide that Adam showed that would say that an extension would not be permissible.
What-
Now,
what
just
specific
real,
items
just
are
real
they
quick,
not compliant?
I certainly understand, well, they've been operating outside of, clearly operating outside of the Monday to Friday, 7 to 4. I mean, clearly. They've been operating on Saturdays, they've been operating
Number nine.
Sundays.
Number 3 and number 9 for sure.
Yeah. And so, you know, is that something that we should accept? I mean, should not, reward would be the wrong term, but should we accept that? You
Well, I
know,
guess
on the
what-
other hand, we need to we want to try this, to keep this business viable. I freely agree with that. So I would be willing to compromise to some degree here. If they want to appeal a 3-month extension, go ahead, take it to the county, take it to the board. That's fine with me. But you know, what we're really saying here is you're not compliant with the CUP, or you haven't been compliant with the CUP. You're not properly zoned area right now. And we have an obligation to the rest of the county to you know, protect the rights of the rest of the county here. So, you know, we're serious. You need to find another place to operate or get on with the business of rezoning this parcel. But we should not accept these kinds of this disregard for the zoning ordinance, in my estimation. And in particular, we should not accept disregard for the CUP that we put forward in our original approval.
Well, the fence is down. I guess it hasn't been put up again, but
Correct.
basically, the type of business that they're doing, you know, they can't guarantee that they're gonna be back by 4 o'clock. Because if you're chipping up in Forest Hill or Colfax or
Right.
someplace else up there, then
You're gonna
it's
tell
just
your guys to
not
shut your
even
machine off
possible
at.
for them to do it.
Tell them to tell your employees to shut your machine off at 1 o'clock instead of 2 o'clock. It's just the way business is gonna have to be done.
What's that now?
They're just gonna have to tell their employees that, hey, you gotta shut down at this time. Allow for traffic. You get there at 3:45, great. But again, we set 4 o'clock as a parameter and they violated it.
And didn't object.
And so that's, you know, if we approve it, then that is what you're saying would be what they have to do.
Correct, which they should have done, but according to what we've heard, they have not. So, and 9, they are out of compliance there as well. I have a question, if we extend this to 3 months, because I don't want to put anybody out of work. Would it start from February 12th or would it start from today? Would it go to May or would it go to June?
That's within the discretion of your commission. You can establish.
3 months from today or 3 months from February 12th? Okay, thank you.
I also think, you know, that we should be clear on no wiggle room and no gray area with the time frame.
Yeah.
Even if we extend it, it was surprising to me to hear that there was some wiggle room with that time. I think, the public's counting on that time frame to be committed to. I didn't hear any complaints about operations within that time. And if we can allow for 3 months with no wiggle room with that time frame, and then move forward with rezoning if they'd like, and even an appeal, they have some options going forward. We can look at a motion.
Yeah, I'm ready.
If you're evaluating that concern about compliance with the condition of approval about hours of operation, I do have a couple of thoughts on that. One, I'm sure code compliance is sitting here watching this hearing and is aware of what your commission has discussed and decided in terms of interpretation of the existing condition. But if you are so interested, you can also modify that condition to include additional clarity.
What if we are, I would like to understand how you can be more clear than Monday through Friday from 7 to 4. I mean, seriously,
I think the ambiguity was in the hours of operation, what consistent
What
with
we-
that, but I certainly believe that George probably understands from where this discussion has gone, where your position is on that explanation and the definition of that.
So do we define it as they can only be in and out of there from 7 to 4 and not 6:59 and 4:01? Or is there, wiggle room? Are we gonna allow that if code compliant, if somebody calls and says, hey, look, they got here at 4:45, well, there was an accident, out of their control, but
Okay, it may be more practical if we say 5:30.
no, I think
Then
that's
4
too late.
o'clock.
The residents don't want trucks coming in, and if they gotta service their equipment, that just gives them wiggle room to go turn that chipper on at 4:30, 4:45 to go grease it or whatever. I have plenty of equipment and I know how stuff like that happens. I wouldn't give that wiggle room for that.
So you're changing the time or?
I'm just kind of throwing it out there for us to think about. I don't really want to change the time. I'm just trying to help everybody at the same time, but not again, go be an inconvenience to the people who live in a residential section who have a commercial business in the middle of their property or the middle of their area.
Just a quick comment too, with due respect to Adam. I asked specifically that we step through each complaint and have an explanation provided to us for those complaints and why they were considered, as the staff report indicates, as not viable, not legitimate complaints. That was not done. If we're gonna do this stuff again some point in time, and I asked for that, I expect it to happen, or, it's just not gonna be a great conversation. So this is a fundamental thing, compliance with the CUP is not a joke. You need to address those issues very specifically for us. So, if you want to put some flexibility in there, it's okay with me, but I agree with Anthony. 7 to 4, and there were no complaints at the last meeting. The applicant accepted those times and has proven to be, I think, non-compliant. I think we should hold their feet to the fire personally, although I would respect different views. I think we should hold their feet to the fire, recognizing that there might be an accident, and under those circumstances, as you step through the complaints, you say on the 15th of April, there was an automobile accident which restricted the ability of the individual to get back in time. And so he or she had to come in late. Right. And I would absolutely accept that. What I don't accept is a generic statement that says every complaint from the community was not viewed as valid. Right. Because that's not accurate.
So I guess to move forward with this, I would recommend that we give them the 3-month extension. Do not vary it from the time of operation. The fence, I don't know if the public likes the fence or doesn't like the fence, and I don't have time for more public comment, but If it's only 3 more months, then I don't see that there should be a fence there, maybe waste of time for these people to go put their fence in. I think they should waste their time, or not waste their time, use their time to go find a different place to go move their operation business. So that's my recommendation. Give them 3 months. Like he said, hold them to the fire. This has to be between 7 and 4. You guys know how to get a hold of code compliance. If they're not within 7 to 4 for, you know, they're chipping on a Sunday or they're working on it on a Sunday, it shouldn't be done. You know, it's not a farming operation. It's on a farm section. And if you guys were harvesting tomatoes, I can't argue with you that you got to go pick at 12 o'clock at night and none of your neighbors can complain. This is a wood chipping business and you're using it for storage. It's not the same thing. So I would give them 3 months to keep these guys employed. I don't want to put people out of business. But again, I'm not moving from 7 to 4. Monday through
One
Friday.
question, what's the basis for 3 months versus 6
Well, because
months?
they wanted 6 months, right? If we give them 3 months, I'm hoping that that gives them time. There's plenty of commercial property out there. I know, I'm in the commercial property business. I own commercial property. I look at it every day. I know that there's places out there that they can move these trucks to and move them on site and off site in a place that's zoned for them. So my 3 months is really for the people who work there, not for the business owner. And I am not going to deviate from the Monday through Friday, 7 to 4.
So, okay, I guess what I'm hearing is that 3 months really gives them time
To go find another place.
to park,
Correct.
basically what they do. So then they could operate from that spot.
100%.
Yeah. And so they could lease a parking lot someplace, I guess, what you're saying. And so that
Somewhere,
would
wherever.
prevent them from going for a zoning change or whatever they want to do with this
Well,
particular
that's
parcel.
a whole nother subject, and that's gonna come back to us 6 months, 10 months, who knows from now. So, but today, to get this moving forward, because I think we've already beat this to death, is that
And I would agree, by the way, with 3 months from today.
from today, yeah, from March 10th. So that gives you till what, June 10th, if I can calculate right in my head?
So the way to implement that would be to modify the condition of approval number 17, which currently states this conditional use permit shall expire on February 12th, 2022. To change it so that it states this conditional use permit shall expire on June 10th, 2022.
And that would go in bullet point number 2? Or just a whole?
That would be condition of approval number 17, and on the recommendations, that would be under your second bullet point. It would be approve the conditional use permit as modified in the conditions of approval.
Okay.
Or, sorry, approve the conditional use permit for 3 months, subject to the finding of the staff report and the modified conditions of approval.
Correct, okay.
From today.
From today's date, March 10th. Okay. Then I'm gonna put the recommendation out that that we find the proposed extension of the temporary conditional use permit categorically exempt from environmental review, CEQA guidelines, section 15304E and 15269, County Code Chapter 18, section 18.36.060F.
Second.
First and a second, let's do a roll call vote.
I have a first from Mr. DiMattei, a second from Mr. Woodward. So a vote for Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward,
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei.
Yes.
Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second, I would like to approve the conditional use permit for 3 months, starting today, March 10th, ending on June 10th, subject to the findings in the staff report and conditions of approval.
And just add on, the condition of approval would be as modified on number 17 to include that date.
Oh, sorry, I didn't turn the page. So it will expire on June 12th, 2022.
June 10th is what.
I mean, June 10th, sorry, June 10th. Then you'd reread that. Let me
I
read
think
through
we're
it.
clear.
Okay,
Second.
First and a second, roll call vote.
I have a first from Mr. DiMattei, a second from Mr. Woodward. So a vote for Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward,
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei,
yes.
Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the decision of the planning commission may be appealed by anyone who appeared at today's hearing and provided comment, or anyone that submitted written comments on this item. An appeal must be filed within 10 days of today's date and shall be accompanied by a filing fee of $641.
Want these back? Okay. Keep pictures of that.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to our fourth timed item. The Giarita variance appeal of the zoning administrator's denial of the variance. Members of the public may now raise their hands, press *9 if you are calling in to begin queuing in for public comment on this item, which will not begin until the item presentation is complete. Callie Kettinger Cecil, Senior Planner, will be presenting this item. Kelly, you want to just give everyone a minute to dismiss themselves and
Get a cookie. So the people raising their hand.
or you guys have a question?
No, they want to talk after. You guys want to
Or
speak?
you guys want to speak?
Good company now.
Correct, after, when public comment is.
Okay,
you
yeah,
guys want to-
we'll make sure you get a chance to talk at public comment after her presentation.
Thanks, Adam.
All right, well, good afternoon, commissioners. And Chairman Herzog, my name is Callie Kettinger Cecil, Senior Planner with the Planning Services Division. The item before you is a appeal of a zoning administrator denial of a variance. More specifically, the purpose of today's hearing is to consider an appeal of a zoning administrator denial of a variance to allow an existing 729 square foot pump house to remain 0 feet from the edge of easement where a setback of 50 feet is normally required. The subject property is located at 1562 in unincorporated Colfax. The project site is shown here outlined in blue. It is north of the American River and east of Interstate 80. Surrounding developed parcels to the north and east are developed with rural residential uses, and parcels to the west and the south are undeveloped. The project site is zoned farm with a combining minimum building site of 100,000 square feet and a planned development of 0.4 dwelling units per acre. Surrounding parcels to the northeast and west are under the same zoning designation. And to the south, here you see the zoning line. Everything to the south of this is zoned residential forest with a combining minimum building site of 80 acres. Development is focused up at the northeast corner. The project site is approximately 5.1 acres and is developed with a modular residence, landscaping, retaining walls, and a pump house. The pump house is shown in red, as well as the easement. This is the 60-foot wide easement for Dusty Road. It enters the parcel at the northeast corner, extends through and continues to the south, ultimately terminating here on an undeveloped parcel. The site does have steep topography and moderately dense vegetation. The setbacks for the zone district are 30 feet from the sides in the rear and 50 feet from the edge of easement. What is shown here is the modular residence and the pump house, otherwise the existing development on site in relation to the easement for Dusty Road. Again, noting that the required setback from that easement is 50 feet from the edge of easement. So to provide you with a little bit of background, this particular project site has a long history of variances going back to 2003. From 2003 to 2006, a variance was considered to allow structures within the setbacks. That variance was ultimately denied by the zoning administrator, the planning commission, and the board of supervisors. In 2007, the property owner addressed all outstanding code violations, came back for a variance to allow the modular home to remain within 17 feet from the edge of easement, where a setback of 50 feet is normally required. In 2000,
Was that a variance at that time?
that was, yes. So going back, so in 2003 from 2003 to 2006, there was one variance that was being processed to allow features to remain within the setbacks. Because there was unpermitted activity occurring, including that the home was constructed inconsistent with the approved building permit, in 2006, because of those unpermitted activities that were occurring, the board denied the variance. So the property owner had to address all outstanding code violations that were occurring. And he came back in 2007 to request that the modular residence be located 17 feet from the edge of easement where a setback of 50 feet is normally required.
So that one, they couldn't, or correct then? 17 feet?
They didn't, so it's my understanding that there really wasn't a way to correct that. But they came back and were able to satisfactorily demonstrate that there were circumstances that warranted consideration of the location of the modular variance.
Okay.
So in 2007, that variance was approved, but this is again, just to provide some history and background to the property. In 2019, a code enforcement complaint was received for the unpermitted expansion of the pump house. The pump house is shown here. It was initially 80 square feet and it was expanded to 729 square feet. So it was that unpermitted expansion that caused the code enforcement complaint. So in January of 2022, staff brought forward a variance request to the zoning administrator to allow this structure to remain in its location 0 feet from the edge of easement. And at that hearing, the zoning administrator considered staff's verbal report, testimony from the neighbors, as well as testimony from the property owner. And the zoning administrator ultimately determined that he could not make the requisite findings and denied that variance request. So these are photos of the pump house. This red line is showing where the original outer wall was. So this area was the original pump house prior to the expansion. And the other photos show the expanded areas of the pump house. So there's a smaller area and then another enclosed area here. And the applicant's intent was to create a breezeway over those two portions. These photos here show the pump house in relation to the road easement. This is Dusty Road that extends on through the site, ultimately terminating at the southern adjacent property. Again, here showing the structure in relation to the road easement. The next two slides have the findings for a variance. I'm not going to read them verbatim, but essentially in order for the granting authority to approve a variance, findings have to be made. And those findings include that there are circumstances applicable to the property that are based on size, shape, topography, and surroundings that limit that property's ability to adhere to the development standards. And that doing so would actually deprive that property of privileges that are afforded to adjacent properties in the same zone district. A variance cannot authorize a use that is not already allowed in that zone district. It has to be consistent with the community plan, cannot be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the surrounding area, and also has to be the minimum departure of the standards. So this is just for reference what those variance findings are when a granting authority considers a variance. These are the findings that have to be made. So getting into the appeal, as noted on January 22nd, 2022, the zoning administrator denied the variance request. On January 25th, the property owner submitted an appeal, and on February 22nd, he submitted additional supplemental appeal materials. Those materials contain multiple allegations, which are summarized in this slide and the following slide. The appellant contends that the well house location was approved with the earlier variance on May 4th, 2006, with no conditions of approval. And that because of that, he didn't realize he needed another variance when he extended the pump house. And because of the existing variance, a modification would have been the appropriate entitlement and not a new variance. He contends that the feature is no closer to the road before it was expanded and is actually constructed away from the easement and closer to the home. He alleges that if a building permit had been obtained, he would have been informed of the need for a variance, and that staff's initial recommendation shows that the variance was warranted. And he contends that the zoning administrator ignored staff's recommendation. Finally, the appellant contends that that investments have been made in the form of paying building permit fees and having plans prepared for a building permit for the pump house expansion. In response to the appellant's allegations, I've grouped responses into subjects. So the first is regarding the pump house. So on May 4th, 2006, a variance was denied by the zoning administrator to allow features to remain in their current location. That decision was ultimately appealed by both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. Both hearings ultimately denied that variance request. At the time of that variance request, it's important to note that that pump house was only 80 square feet. The reason why that's important is because per the section of the zoning ordinance shown here, 17.54.14A5, which is general setbacks exceptions, has a specific exception for pump houses that are less than 120 square feet in size. So if you have a pump house, it's less than 120 square feet, does not have to meet setback standards. So there was no variance requirement for that feature. Furthermore, because of the size of the feature, there was no requirement for it to get a building permit. That referenced variance was processed more than 15 years ago, and while it is pertinent to the history of the property, is unrelated to today's request. In response to building permit requirements, despite the fact that the feature was not constructed closer to the road, the triggers for building requirements are not related to the physical location of a structure in relation to a roadway. So when that feature was expanded to 729 square feet, that would have required a building permit. And even though it does not extend further into the roadway, it is entirely within the setback from that easement. So any expansion would have required a variance. Lastly, if he had contacted the county prior to making the improvements, he would have been informed of the need for a variance. And it is important to note that where a variance is warranted, those improvements have to be made after a variance decision is made and not before. In responses to the allegations regarding the zoning administrator hearing, staff's recommendation was not ignored. The zoning administrator took staff's recommendation into consideration in addition to testimony from the neighbors, as well as testimony from the property owner. At that hearing, we heard concerns from the neighbors about a history of the property owner conducting activities without benefit of permits. And neighbors felt that there was that was not very fair because they themselves had made improvements to their property, obtaining the necessary permits. They were frustrated with this, and they expressed that they wanted this feature to be removed and that the property owner adhere to applicable county standards. Other things to note about that hearing, that the zoning administrator did ask the appellant why he decided to move forward with the improvements without benefit of permits. He was not able to provide an explanation, and the zoning administrator considered all of this information. And the zoning administrator did note that at 5.1 acres, the site is large enough to be able to accommodate features while meeting setbacks. And he also noted that a 0-foot setback is not a minimum departure of the 50-foot setback standard. Based on this, the zoning administrator was not able to make the requisite variance findings and therefore denied the variance request. So staff is recommending that your planning commission uphold the decision of the zoning administrator and deny the appeal as supported by the findings contained in the staff report. Available for any questions you may have, and I understand that the appellant is also joining us via Zoom. Thank you.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Well, in the staff report, there's several site plans and plans. And that's for this building.
That's correct, yes.
And so basically, he did hire somebody to make a plan, but he didn't get a building permit.
That's correct.
Okay. See, in addition, it appears on the map that this is a fairly steep property.
That's correct.
And so is there a site that's been identified that's within the 50 feet or outside the 50 feet that could actually have this building on it?
It would require grading and tree removal, but there are places. So the contour lines aren't very visible, but it does get pretty steep down here. But he could certainly grade out an area. Obviously, the steeper property is, the more difficult and expensive that becomes. However, it is important to note that where a variance is warranted, a variance must be sought before those improvements are made. So there are certainly places on site where he may be able to relocate that, but it will take a bit of grading and tree removal to accommodate that.
And they'd be able to, like there's some discussion about maybe there's difficulty, getting to a building like that. And so there's places that have been identified, they'd be able to get to without going over a lot of steps and that kind of stuff.
Perhaps not. I mean, you would have to have something to accommodate that grade differential. So that's something to consider.
So I guess what you're saying though is point is variance should have been requested before.
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes when you have plans drawn up like this, you do go, or the person that draws up the plan actually goes to the building department, but apparently that didn't happen this time.
It did not happen, no.
Kelly, you said that this is a pump house. Is this a pump house for residential water or ag water? Or was this pump already there and they just put an enclosure around it?
It's my understanding that the pump house has been there at least since 2003, because that's where it's referenced, but it's residential water. I don't believe it's agricultural water.
So they basically just put a little pump house around to protect their residential pump and then decided to add on to it.
Correct.
So if they would have just left it the way it was with the zero variance there, it would have been fine. They wouldn't have added on to it, just left it the way it was. This wouldn't be a problem.
Correct. You wouldn't need a variance. You wouldn't need a building permit because per the code, it's below the threshold that requires those.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, let's move to the appellant. Is Mark or Janet available?
Mr. Giarita, please unmute your mic.
I'm sorry, I was looking for it. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. All right. So do you want me, it's my turn to talk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners, I know that you've all read the documents prepared by staff. I can believe that we can all agree that the facts surrounding this situation I'm in are confusing at best. We have a document that approves the variance for location of the pump house and a fence by the zoning administrator, but the staff report says that the variance was not needed due to the size of the structure. Why did the zoning administrator approve the variance supposedly was not needed? Staff states that the pump house was not mentioned in the appeal of the Planning Commission and the board. And this is likely because the permit would not have been required for that structure. The fact is that the pump house was not mentioned because it was my understanding that the portion of the variance was already approved. Staff states the Planning Commission adopted a motion to uphold the zoning administrator's decision to deny the appeal. One would assume that upholding the zoning administrator decision would include upholding what was approved as well as what was denied. Staff says that the approved variance for the pump house and the fence was denied by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, but the report from the planning director to the board states that the zoning administrator did approve the fence and pump house, and the variance they were reviewing was only for the house only. There was nothing in the report that overturned the zoning administrator's decision. I was never told that the pump house and fence variance approval was overturned. The original denial of the variance included overturning the pump house and the fence approval without them being mentioned, then wouldn't the granting of the variance by the board in 2007 grant the variance for the same unmentioned pump house and fence? How can we include items in one meeting that are stated, then exclude them in another meeting for being stated? As I've said before, all of this is very confusing. The reports are conflicting, and much of the staff report is left to interpretation of what happened, not on actual facts. I'm not a planner, and I do not know how anyone could begin to understand what was or what was not done in this situation. I still believe that I had an approval variance for the pump house and fence that remain where they are constructed to this very day. I'm asking for the variance to be granted based on the simple fact that it was denied based on a complete misunderstanding of what the circumstances were due to the confusing nature of the proceedings that took place in the past. As I stated in my letter, I have tried to acquire the proper permits and have acquired the necessary engineering and drawings to get the building permit and will comply with all the conditions of approval stated in the previous variance request. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mark, for your comments. Let's see, planning commissioners, do you have any questions for the appellant? Okay, not at this time. We'll let you know if we develop some questions.
Thank you, sir.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and open up for public comment. And folks that would like to, can you raise your hands again if you'd like to speak on this item? We've got a couple. If we can start in the front row, sir, come on up and then. So you get 3 minutes. So on the mic. And then you can queue up. So next row, come on, stand behind him 6 feet and then, yeah. No.
What was the hurry while we
can-
were waiting 2.5, 3 hours?
You can come up and stand and do your comments if you like, but he gets 3 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
One,
Please state your name.
Steve Gilbert. I live next door. He has a history since 2003 of continually saying he doesn't know. He's repeatedly been underhanded. His designs have been deceitful. He's changed the position of his site plan 2 or 3 times, illegal grading, and he continues to say he doesn't know what he's doing. Okay, I have aerial photos of where the pump house was, where the little, and it was a small pump, like 8 by 8. And he built it right to the line. And he was supposed to, by the Board of Supervisors, to move his house in 2006. Planning Commission voted, Zoning Commission voted, Board of Supervisors says, move it. He went backhanded, back through the back door, went to Bob Martino in Lake Tahoe, and on 3/31/08, he signed every single thing for him. Boom. And he has a mentions of bribery. He tried to bribe Steve Bishop. I mean, this is ridiculous. And we discussed this earlier. Do not reward bad behavior. That's all there is to it. The people here have something to say. And we don't like being just run over. And it's been a lot of fighting just to get this. And I've been denied access to information. And I know in California law, I don't really have to get it, but Freedom of Information Act will get it. DOJ will set the computer down and come get it. I know. And I got some papers from you. It cost me $157 to see the paperwork. And you guys say, oh, well, you can get it on your email. Well, that's funny. My daughter can't get it. And she ran cybersecurity for the Air Force. And she couldn't open it. And we just found out that one of the numbers I had for her was a landline. So all the texts and stuff that I've been trying to communicate never gets through. And there's a personal, never mind, I'm not even gonna bring other people into it yet. The repeated people moving in, moving out, driving up and down the road, denying access. I have a picture taken today. He was told he can't have a fence across his driveway. He has it. He's denied access to the people's property who's beyond it. The person across from him took $100,000 hit trying to sell his property because he runs everybody off and won't let anybody even get access. I mean, this is ridiculous. I called her, I asked her, I said, can I park a 27-foot boat in my easement and park cars in my easement? I've got pictures of the power companies not being able to get through, not turn around. You know, this is ridiculous. It's completely one-sided. And if you don't look at it, then you don't know. And the plans you've seen are false, as well as all the other plans he has. And I have the ones I was allowed to get. And there's plenty. I'd like to see grading permit 3175. I'd like to see 4210. The one they did give me was written 20808.
Steve, we got it.
A
Thank-
month before. I don't think you do, but I hope you get my sentiment.
Thanks for your comments.
Well, this will be, it'll be live, man. I guarantee it. I've got it on paper already, right here.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for hearing us today. My name is Vernon Barnes. I live at 1480 Dusty Road, which is 374 feet from the Giarita property. I have lived there since 1998. I've watched, my family has watched these people do everything that they've done illegally without permits, moving hundreds and hundreds of yards of debris from other sites, from construction sites, which I'm right now in the process of getting all the information on, onto this property and burying it so that he could make places for trailers for whatever, people to come and rent from him illegally. I'd like to thank county staff for finally being neutral in this case, finally looking at it objectively. I already know what's going to happen here. I hope legally that this property is going to be abated. I would ask this committee, if this is the time or place to do it, that you require this property owner to purchase a bond for at least $5 million, because it's going to cost at least that to find out what's buried on his property, to remove it, to abate everything that he's done. His neighbors' properties are falling off at the bottom because of sheer 30-foot slopes that he's dug into the property. I'm an operating engineer, retired, 41 years. I know something about moving earth. He hasn't done any of it right. And one last thing I'd like to say is that this is all confused this way by the Giaritas, okay? This isn't confused by the county. This isn't confused by anybody else. I can tell you right now, if you look on page 24 of the handout I got at the door today, you will see the APN number of 190-061-660, I believe that is, oh, I'm sorry, it's upside down. Anyway, 061. If you look at page 1, we're talking about property number 191034. He's been shifting these numbers back and forth and going between Auburn and Tahoe to get approvals behind everybody's back when nobody is looking, I guess. I don't know. Nobody's looking at the history. But you'll see permits here were given for plans for a location where the house isn't. And he's never gotten a permit prior to building anything. And how do you do grading without an inspection? How do you know what's under there? How do you know the compaction? How do you know? Well, we can tell now. Other people's properties are falling off. They're disappearing.
Thanks, Vernon.
Thank you.
Albert Ritchie, I'm at 1596 Sawmill Road in Colfax. I would encourage you to approve staff's recommendation to deny the appeal. You mentioned earlier about planning ordinances and complying with them. This property owner has a long history of non-compliance. I think that's pretty evident based on the comments that you've already heard. So again, I would just encourage you to approve staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Albert. Anyone else? here?
My name is Joseph Zorchek. I live at 980 Sawmill Road. As a owner builder in 86, I built my home and I abided by all the county codes. I'd like to address Mr. Giarria that he has a long history of criminal and not abiding by county codes whatsoever on anything he does. And I would like to ask that you please deny or go by the recommendation. It's wrong. It's wrong. Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm Rick Martin. I live at Hideout Lane. I'm one of the neighbors. Again, like Joe, I was a owner builder in 82. I had to abide by all the rules. How can this guy get away with whatever he wants to do? And there's no recourse? I don't think anything, I think his stuff should be torn down and be legal, just like what would have happened to us.
Thanks, Rick. Is there anyone online, Sue? No one online? Okay, we're gonna close public comment. I'd like to invite staff back to address anything.
Yeah, so, with regards to the comments, from Mr. Gilbert, regarding informational access being denied, I think what that's in regards to was a Public Records Act request that he submitted and was responded to. I think the issue opening up that document may have been to do with our next request system. I don't know exactly what the issue was there. But the comments you heard about the property owner having a history of building things first and obtaining permits later, that is evidenced in county records by both the variance that was processed in 2003 and ultimately denied, as well as the variance that was approved in 2007. Those were all to deal with structures that were constructed and then received variances and permits after the fact. Is there anything in particular, Commissioner Herzog, that you would like me to address?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay.
If you feel it's, if the zoning administrator's decision is upheld, where do you go from there?
From there, the matter would be referred back to code compliance. And there are two options for the property owner to come into compliance, and that's to remove the structure and relocate it to be within setbacks, or remove the structure entirely. That's really the options that he has.
Okay.
Well, or he could remove the portion that's been expanded such that the structure is no longer a size that would require a building permit in adherence to setbacks.
Okay. Second question is, we heard a lot of discussion about grading and digging, burying. Is that part of the, is that a code enforcement issue, or what's that? Or is that, what's the county doing about that?
As far as I know, there have been code enforcement complaints submitted regarding the grading that occurred. I don't know where exactly those are at in the process, though.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? Okay, I have a question. Okay.
Mr. Gilbert stated that Mr. Giarietti, I should be able to pronounce it.
Giarita.
Yeah, pardon my Italian today, at me. Said that he was denying access to people to get past his property to go to neighboring properties. The red area right here, is there an easement on Mark's property that he cannot, well, that people need to access onto his property to get to lands behind his, otherwise they are closed off?
This easement continues to the southern parcel. And therefore, because there's other people who take access, he really can't keep blocking that. I mean, even though this parcel is undeveloped, presumably that property owner still has property rights to go to his property.
Right.
Furthermore, if there was an emergency, this is in a high fire severity area on the American Canyon, you would definitely want to make sure that a fire truck could access any points that would need to be accessed. So no, he really can't be blocking that easement.
The easement is on his land.
It is on his land, that's correct.
So I just, yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, thank you.
Can we make sure that people here have exactly the number they should call? And it seems like they wanted a text message. I don't even know if that's an option. But can they be directed with how to communicate clearly with the planning department before they leave? Is that something that can happen?
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that our landlines don't get texts. I didn't realize that Mr. Gilbert was trying to
Mhm.
text me. Typically I'm available by phone call and email, and I'm very responsive.
And then code enforcement would be a separate process, and just make sure they have those right connections and what they need to do.
Right.
I'm going to open it up to Mark Giarita to come back and offer comments. Mark, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to address the denying access thing. Google Maps or whatever your MapQuest, whatever your navigation system, several times I've had people just come racing through there about 30 miles an hour. And I went down to find out what was going on, and apparently Google Maps shows it connects with Robbers Ravine Road, and it does not. So one guy was stuck down there. I helped him get out, but I saw it more of a liability, and nobody comes up there. If the Mr. Back wants to access his property, he can access it at any time he wants. I put a set of red gates there that are easy to open, and I leave one open all the time, and I put on the other one, I put some no trespassing, because it's, there's nothing past me. Recently, the 7 acres to the east of me was purchased, and he has access anytime he wants. But I put those signs up there to keep people from just driving through to their own harm, because it goes nowhere. Although the MapQuest, like I said, shows that it connects with the other road. And the other litany of things that these people are saying are, if those things were true, I'd be concerned as a neighbor myself. But as far as any other dwelling units, there has not been any other dwelling units. We have a 3-bedroom house. We have a big family. Kids move out, they move in. We've had my brother-in-law who has a broken neck. We've been caring for him for 5 years with his wife. We have grandchildren. We have children and grandchildren that come visit us, and we're respectful of the Barneses especially. We instruct everybody that comes to our home to drive respectfully for about 5 miles an hour past the houses by us. Once in a while, they won't listen to us and they go. As far as the bribery issue and paying off people, not happening. And I did it all through Auburn. I don't know what the Truckee thing was, but I've done all my permits, and then we paid thousands of dollars for Holdridge and Cole, a geoengineering firm out of Nevada City, to test all the compaction where the manufactured home is. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, any questions for the appellant, commissioners?
No, I would just refer back to Kelly we're hearing 2 different stories, permits, no permits. Has there been permits issued for septic? Has there been permits issued for his modular home compaction test? And is that available to the public to put at ease maybe some of the comments that have been heard here today?
So all permits that have been issued are publicly available. The modular home did receive a building permit. I personally have not looked to see if there was a compaction or a geotechnical report associated with that, but I can certainly look into that and provide that information.
Okay.
May I make one more statement, please, sir?
Yes.
All right. I built a little tool shed this is not one building. What happened is when I finally got all my engineering and everything and code enforcement, I went in and filed for the building permit, and then they told me I needed a variance, which I was very surprised at because I, again, thought it was covered. So, and I'm not making excuses. I'm just letting you know by the numbers what we did. So then what they did is they calculated the whole space as 729. So I built a little tool shed and then I added on a little bit because we're in a modular home and my wife needed more storage. So again, not excuses. I'm just telling you what I did. So then I bumped out towards the house, the pump house a little bit more. Then I was just going to make an open face breezeway between them. And that's where they came up, they calced out all the dimensions because it would have a roof over it, but an open face in between both little sheds. And that's when they came up with the 729. So at present, and you have pictures, but it's actually two little buildings. It's the pump house and then a little tool shed.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Yes, sir.
We'll bring it to discussion for the commission and look to a motion. Now, I don't know if I closed public comment, so I'm going to close it, make sure that's clear.
I thought the staff report was superb, really well done, great briefing. I thought the comments out there, it's obvious this is an emotional issue for several of you. Appreciate the fact that this has been going on for years. Ask that you continue to do the right thing and keep your emotions in check. Well, I understand, sir, but do everything you can. It's challenging, clearly. It appears as though this has been going on for quite some time, and frankly, I don't really know how we could possibly allow someone to operate or construct a building that has zero, and it's supposed to be a 50-foot setback, and penetrate that and not do something about it to enforce it. So it's my view.
Well, it's clearly attached and, he attached it clearly in the photos. It should not have been attached, so it does need to be removed. So again, we can't go with the staff and deny his appeal to keep it. These are my thoughts.
Okay, I'll just make a motion that our commission uphold the decision of the zoning administrator and deny the appeal as supported by the findings contained in the staff report.
Second.
We got a first and a second. Let's take a vote.
I have a first from Mr. Johnson, a second from Mr. DiMattei. So vote for Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward,
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei,
Yes.
Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Chair, if you could note the appeal rights, please.
yeah. This is appealable. Okay. So the decision of the planning commission may be appealed by anyone who appeared at today's hearing and provided comment, or anyone that submitted written comments on this item. An appeal must be filed within 10 days of today's date and shall be accompanied by a filing fee of $641. All right, do you guys need a short break? We're gonna take a 5-minute break and then come back for our last timed item on the agenda. Thanks for everyone's patience today. I know we're behind schedule. Sorry that we've been delayed. I apologize. We want to do our best, so thanks for your patience. So 5 minutes. Okay, we're gonna get back in session. Thanks for letting us take a break. It's been a long day for everyone, I'm sure. We're at our last agenda item. So we're gonna move on to our 5th timed item, nuisance abatement, Timothy M. Tribune. On Dusty Road in Colfax. Members of the public may now raise their hands. Press star 9 for calling in to begin queuing up for public comment on this item, which will not begin until the item presentation is complete. Estelle Maxwell will be presenting on this item. But before Estelle, I'd just like to ask Clayton to walk us through this process. It's a little different than our previous processes. So can you walk us through what's going to happen?
Totally. Yeah, this is a little bit different. Nuisance abatement hearings are more along the quasi judicial line. And when I say that, what I mean is you are the fact finder for this one. So you're going to be hearing from factual witnesses. You'll be evaluating their credibility. You'll be weighing evidence and ultimately making a finding of fact at the end of it. There is a little bit of a different process. It does follow our general process, but the way this will work is the nuisance item will be called, the public hearing will be opened. Any of the individuals that wish to speak on this matter will be placed under oath. And then after they speak on this, they will have the opportunity to be questioned by your commission as well as by code enforcement and the property owner. So it does provide that opportunity for people to question them and ask further about things. After everyone is placed under oath, the code compliance officer will then move forward with presentation of their case. Then there will be public comment where the property owner or affected person will then present their side of the case. If no one ends up standing, then we will need a note in the record that the property owner or affected person is not present. I don't know if that's the case today. Then after that, you will close the public hearing, deliberate, and then make a motion. Ultimately, if an order of abatement is issued, it will need to be signed and dated by the chairperson. So that's the format. If you have any questions during the process, feel free to ask.
Okay, great. And I'm sure you'll help us out along the way. Let's just start with, is anyone going to speak today? Anyone planning to speak? So we're going to start with the oath. And I also want to know, is Mr. Tribbin here? Not here. Do we know if anyone online raised their hand for speaking? Not at this point. Okay, Sue, can you do the oath?
Everyone interested in speaking should stand.
Yeah.
You
Anyone
all need to
giving
be sworn
testimony?
in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyone giving testimony today on this matter must do so under oath. So if you intend to give testimony, please stand now and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please state, "I do" now. Thank you. You
Okay,
may be
thank you,
seated.
Sue. We're going to go ahead and move forward with Estelle, your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Herzog and Commissioners. My name is Estelle Maxwell, and I'm a Code Enforcement Officer for Placer County Code Compliance Division. The item before you this afternoon is a nuisance abatement of an undeveloped parcel on Dusty Road in Colfax. The Code Compliance Division received several complaints regarding the undeveloped 120-acre parcel and the activity on it. The initial complaints included a homeless camp with accessory storage on site, the occupancy of a motorhome, and drug activity. During the investigation and trying to gain compliance, the motorhome that was stored on site caught fire and completely burned. This parcel is located in a high fire area of the unincorporated Colfax portion of Placer County. The parcel is located east of Highway 80 and immediately north of the American River in the unincorporated Colfax area. The property is duly zoned as farm with a combined minimum building site of 5 acres and the residential forest with a 80-acre minimum. The affected area of the 120-acre parcel is within the farm zoning designation. Code Compliance received on April 26 approximately 6 complaints reporting illegal building, garbage being dumped, occupancy of a motorhome, inoperable vehicles, possible meth lab, and human feces on the property. On May 7th, a courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner of record. On August 13th, Officer Maxwell attempted to inspect the property, and upon arrival, it was deemed that the site was unsafe to inspect at that time. On November 30th, Officer Maxwell was assisted by the Sheriff's Office to inspect the property. There was no one on the site at that time, and the notice of violation was posted on the site and also mailed regular and certified mail to the property owner of record. On January 15th, the motorhome on site caught fire and burned completely. On January 19th of 2022, Officer Maxwell and Officer Branagh inspected all three encampments on the property on Dusty Road and observed solid waste, debris, inoperable vehicles, commercial vehicles, and miscellaneous junk. No one was on site at that time. On January 20th, the final notice of violation was mailed regular and certified mail to the property owner of record. On January 24th, 2022, Officer Maxwell inspected all three encampments and found no change to the sites. On February 2nd, Officer Maxwell inspected all three encampments and found no change to the sites and violations remain. On February 8th, 2022, Officer Maxwell and Officer Branagh inspected all three encampments and found little to no change to the sites. On February 9th, Officer Maxwell issued the citation number 642 to the property owner of record and mailed it regular and certified mail. Officer Maxwell also left a voicemail for the property owner of record and advised of the process and the date of the administrative hearing. On February 10th, 2022, a notice of nuisance was issued and posted on the site and mailed regular and certified mail to the property owner of record. On February 25th, Officer Branagh inspected the site and found little to no change and posted the notice of nuisance abatement at all three affected areas of the parcel. The violations that we found to be in violation were 1756-020, which is accessory storage as a principal use, and the storage of materials as a principal use is subject to the requirements established by 1706-030, allowable land uses and permit requirements for recycling, scrap, and wrecking yards as defined by section 1704-030. 1756-250 E3A is for storage as accessory use only, and outdoor storage shall be accessory to the principal use of the property only and shall not be related to any offsite commercial business or activity. These photos show three separate encampment sites affected on this 120-acre parcel. The photos were taken on January 19th, 2022 during a site inspection. Here you can see a clothesline with clothes, not sure if they're drying, and all of the storage from somebody staying on site. Also more storage, you can see there's a mattress and garbage cans, and there's tools and ice chests, and of all of the things that you're about to see in these photos, the only thing that has been removed from the site is that green generator that's shown in the photo on the right. This is a photo of the motorhome that burnt down. On the right, you'll see some pallets with some aluminum framing where they attempted to build a structure. I don't know if it was for storage or to live in. Here's a photo of a inoperable dismantled motorcycle. And then on the right, you can see the several gas cans and cones along with a bicycle trailer, as well as mechanical tools, the jack on the bottom there. Here you can see this is the second site on the left. You can see the inoperable truck as well as the generator, and in the back is a tractor that they had taken down there. On the right is at location number 3, I would call it, on the 120-acre parcel where they had some building materials and some other debris stored. On the left is the site was the initial site at the 120-acre parcel where they had stored some building materials as well as some fencing that looked like they were attempting to build. And alongside that, on the right of the bushes, was more debris and junk stored. Here is a photo of the tarps. You can see water storage tanks, and under that tarp is actually a couch. It had other furniture on the other side under the tarp, but I couldn't get a good photo. Here's the posting of the notice of nuisance that was posted in the first site. and this has the majority of the accessory storage. The recommendations for this item, staff recommends the planning commission to take the following actions. Approve the issuance of an abatement order supported by the findings contained in the staff report. Order the abatement pursuant to the conditions contained in the staff report, and also authorize the chair of the planning commission to sign the abatement order.
Okay, thanks, Estelle. I'm going to ask these 3 questions every time just to follow my process. So even though the property owner is not here, I'm going to check each time to see if he's joined online.
Sure.
But we'll start with commissioners. Do you have any questions for Estelle? Okay, I'm going to ask if the property owner is present. Okay. We'll go ahead and move to people that wish to speak on this item. Is it okay just to go in a random order? Just as we've done public comment? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
there's no requirement in
Okay.
terms of the order.
I think if we can just go in, oh, please, go ahead and approach. You're fine, you're fine. And then if you guys want to queue up behind them 6 feet, if there's an open spot, just get up behind them. We'll just ask you to state your name. You're under oath. Only if you are under oath and you stood, you can come up and share. And then once you're done, if you'll wait, I'd like to go through my process to see if others want to ask you questions.
Okay, Albert Ritchie, 1596 Sawmill Road, Colfax. This is an issue that's been going on for some time, as Estelle mentioned. Something she didn't show was the motorhome that burned up. They had moved it once or twice. Previously, they had constructed what appeared to be a privacy fence where they had clipped manzanita, and we all know how fire retardant manzanita is, especially when it dries, and had that strung on a rope along Dusty Road there, so you couldn't see a lot of their junk. The night that the motorhome burned up, I was actually the first person at the scene of the fire and waiting for the CAL FIRE to show up. It took them 15 or 20 minutes to get there because it is fairly isolated out on Dusty Road. Had this occurred in July, August, September, there's no doubt there would have been thousands of acres burned, probably hundreds of homes, and loss of life. This was a very dangerous situation. We're just lucky that in mid-January, it was after a very significant storm. Most of the oak leaves had already fallen, the ground was damp, and that helped suppress the fire immensely. I would encourage you as a commission to move forward with this nuisance abatement and get this junk out of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, questions? Okay, wait, please come back.
So if you could wait.
Albert, please come back. Do you have questions for Albert?
No.
Okay, and then is the property owner here? Okay, thanks, Albert. Is that okay? Is that process okay?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. Please say your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Gareth Roberts. I've been privileged to be a resident of Cape Horn for coming up to 23 years. I moved up there to retire. I chose Cape Horn for the quietness, the privacy, the beauty of the countryside, and as I later found out, a very nice collection of neighbours too. Since living here, I've enjoyed walks along our beautiful neighbourhood, taking in the sights across the canyon. Just over a year ago, that all changed. A stroll along the top of the canyon to enjoy the view became a trudge through human feces, soiled toilet paper, and hypodermic syringes, with a view of barricades partially covering abandoned vehicles and piles of trash. But that's a comparatively small problem. My main concern is about the degradation of our neighborhood is for fire safety. Piles of flammable trash, cans of gasoline, along with acres of dry combustible foliage are not a good combination. Add to that, I have to assume, drugged up people resulting from the contents of the aforementioned syringes makes a potential catastrophe. This was actually demonstrated on January 14th this year when a motorhome exploded under suspicious circumstances and burnt up surrounding foliage. Fortunately, it was the wettest time of the year. Had it happened in the summer, with only one narrow road in and out, how many of us would they have killed? With the rest of us taking pride in our neighborhood, obeying the rules and managing the defensible fire clearance around our properties. These people have got away with littering our environment, risking our lives, degrading what used to be our very high quality of life. I said earlier how privileged I am to live here. Indeed, I believe everyone living up on Cape Horn believes they're privileged. Why should we all have to suffer loss of our perfect environment because of a small number of selfish, thoughtless, irresponsible, and extremely dangerous individuals? Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Commissioners? Property owner? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. Vernon Barnes, 1480 Dusty Road, Colfax. I'm here today for this one because the citizens of our area, you know, we all generally got along pretty well, you know, took care of each other, take care of the neighborhood. That all changed when this property was purchased by this owner. Quite frankly, I've never met the person. Doesn't return communications, so there's no way to do anything. We've had to call the sheriff several times. Unfortunately, the sheriff can't do anything because they say that it's private property and the property owner is the only one that can do something about it, basically. And thank you, Stella, for your work. As Officer Maxwell said, the property, she was in fear of her life. That's why inspections didn't happen earlier. Well, how do you think we feel living 200 yards away from it? You know, she couldn't find anybody there in the daytime. That's because these people are night owls. I don't know where they go in the daytime. They disappear, but they're there at night. And on January 14th, this is what it looked like. And this is what we saw from our front porch. Neighbor called me, said, you know, there's a fire right across from you. We looked out there and drove up there, and I was just amazed. I couldn't believe it. As Mr. Ritchie said earlier, had this happened in July, I wouldn't be here speaking to you because that's our only access in and out. Right there, right past that. We'd all be dead. We need to do something about this. We put in a code complaint to code compliance on May 1st of last year. And I didn't know about anything else going on until November. And that's when things started to really get bad. And they continued to bring more stuff in. And at night, we could see lights in the trees. You could see stuff going on. By that point, it didn't do any good to call the sheriff anymore because they can't do anything. So here we are today, trying to get something done with this piece of property. As you see, the owner's not here, doesn't communicate with you. It needs to be abated. And personally, I think it needs to be fenced or something to keep more people from coming in. Because they talk to each other apparently and let them know, hey, 120 acres over here, you know, come on, bring your tent, you know, and your cigarettes and your smoking devices that we've found laying on the ground. You know, I don't know what they're doing, but it's not good. And it's not like the rest of us in the neighborhood. So thank you.
Thanks, Vernon. Commissioners? Stella, no? Property
You
owner
guys
here?
like that picture?
You can give it to Sue if you want to pass it along. Is the property owner here online? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Vernon. Next.
Stephen Gilbert. I was up, I stopped to see, I know they sold the property, I don't know the date, but about March, I stopped up there and spoke to them. And there was a different mobile home in a different position, much bigger. And that was moved before this fire, the day before this fire. This is another one that came down and occupied another area. There's 3 entrances to this property that they were occupying. And anyway, she's, the lady there said she was a guy's sister and all this, so I checked into it. She's an only child. So that just starts that, but so it's kind of watched and just got worse and worse. And I didn't make any complaints. I just watched what was going on. I guess someone else made some complaints. We talked amongst ourselves. You know, there's no use to file 2 or 3 or 4 of them, but anyway. And police would be called. They can't do anything because they can't make them leave. Because who says they have to leave? Owner, you know, owner's not there. I've been threatened with false imprisonment, kidnapping. Haven't had any altercations with police or not even stopped for a speeding ticket in 22 years. I had 6 in 4 days. So they've been all good with it, basically, you know, but they can't do anything. Their hands are tied. Mine aren't. Just like I told the Board of Supervisors, I'm a citizen. I'm not bound by the rules they are. And if I see something that's unsafe, I have duty to do something about it. And that's on me, and I'll do that. And that's all there is to it. And I've checked on the property owners. The same, the property really didn't sell. It just transferred from an LLC that they own to their own personal names. You know, I mean, I can give you the address to the LLC if you want. I got 40 of their associates. You know, I mean, it's not hard to find people, you know? You know, I mean, and I don't have to go anywhere to do it. And I don't even use a computer. So anyway, in any of this code stuff, there needs to be a penalty. There needs to be a penalty. It was earlier today about the treetop thing. Penalty if you mess up. Penalty. It doesn't do any good to call and just say, "Yeah, well, we can't do anything. We can't do anything." You need to call code enforcement. Okay, till the place blows up. And after that, I've got a picture of them getting out of a truck, walking to the mobile home that they moved. I've got it on video because I know where they lived. You know, it's ridiculous. They just play the system, you know, and I'm not here to play that. You know, anybody, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't need it. You know, the truth is, that's all it is. Anyway, I'm good.
Questions? Commission? Gavin, Estelle, is the property owner here? Okay, thanks. Thanks for your testimony.
Hello again, I'm Joseph Zorchek, 980 Sawmill Road, and I filed in May on this nuisance. And I thank Estelle for all her hard work on trying to make this right. And I'm asking each of you to help correct this situation and abate this property. Thank you.
Oh, wait, can you wait for a minute? Any questions? Yeah, questions, Estelle, property owner? All right, thanks. I just have to do my process here. Is there anyone else? Okay, I think we're gonna.
You would close the public comment and the public hearing and bring it back for deliberation.
Okay, it does say that, you know, to give Estelle another chance if you'd like to.
No.
Okay, you're good. All right, we'll close the public hearing and then bring it to the commission for discussion.
Needs to be cleaned up. Have you spoke with Estelle, have you spoke with the landowner?
No, I've sent several notices in the mail to the property owner of record, have heard nothing back. I did get a phone number from one the gal that Mr. Gilbert spoke of, who stated she was his sister. When I call the phone number, it does say this is Tim, which is property owner's name. I've left several messages. He does not return my phone calls.
Okay, thank you.
Another question?
Turn on your mic.
Getting late, I gotta turn on the mic. There was mention of an LLC. Is there an organization other than the property owner that really owns this property?
Not at this time, not to my knowledge. If it was an LLC before, that was prior to the code case. I didn't delve into that. I only dealt with the facts I have before me.
Okay. And you sent the notices certified mail, you got response, so you actually got it assigned back or?
One notice came back, the green card came back unsigned, but it did come back the rest. So we sent it certified on regular mail. The regular mail never came back and the certified mail came back.
Active case now, very small organization. And I intend to talk to my supervisor about a proposal that they currently have going through staffing to possibly plus up that organization a little bit, put some more teeth into it. They probably do need some help. I think their jobs are tough and they take a long time, and a couple of FTEs would be, probably really helpful for them. So if you all think of it, you're talking to supervisors and other people who might influence that, I'd encourage you to think about it. The only other comment I have is, it's pretty interesting to me that this landowner elected at this point in time, or very close to it, to transfer this property from an LLC where liability is pretty limited to personal use. So I think they're going to be held liable personally for this and all the charges associated with it. So that's frankly a good thing.
No, we don't have questions. Yeah.
Well, she got responses back, so we're gonna go forward with trying to get this done as soon as possible. So I guess I take the recommendation of the planning commission to do the following actions. Approve the issuance of the abatement order supported by findings contained in the staff report.
Second.
Can we do these all together, or do they all have to be separate? We forgot to ask.
Probably safer to do them all separate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do roll call.
That was a first by Mr. DiMattei, a second by Mr. Johnson. So vote from Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward.
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei.
Yes.
Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second, I'd like to order the abatement pursuant to conditions contained in the staff report.
Second.
First and second, roll call vote.
First from Mr. DiMattei, second from Mr. Johnson. A vote from Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward.
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei.
Yes.
Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
Before I read the third one, I just have a thought in my head. When does this get put into implementation? When can the county go there, start cleaning this up? Or does there have to be a date set inside here that it could be done as soon as possible, or?
So it is included in the order. Once the chair signs it, it gives the property owner 30 days to clean it up. If the property isn't cleaned up within 30 days, it authorizes the county to then go out and clean it up themselves and then seek reimbursement for those costs potentially from the property owner. But that would need further board action to get those costs.
Would that come back to us or to the board of supervisors?
That would go back to the board to approve the costs.
Okay, thank you. Third, I'd like to authorize the chair of the planning commission to sign the abatement order.
Second.
First and second, roll call vote.
First from Mr. DiMattei, second from Mr. Johnson. So vote for Mr. Johnson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Woodward.
Yes.
Mr. DiMattei.
Yes.
Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to say, before we adjourn the meeting, thank you for the public that stuck out this long for the meeting. I know many of you were here early on, and I just appreciate you. We want to hear from you. And sorry that our time frame got off so much. Just appreciate you guys. We want you involved. We hope that these issues get resolved. And so thanks for your time. We're gonna go ahead and adjourn the meeting now.